Good morning and welcome to the May 15th meeting of the Arlington County Board. We have public speakers for open comment first, and then we have a number of items, but I want to start with just a couple of numbers. We have a 1.8% positivity rate in Arlington, and that is a huge accomplishment for our whole community. We also had just 6 cases yesterday. And the governor has issued an order that is vastly limiting the instances where vaccinated individuals need to wear masks. I'm sure you'll be reading more about that, but if you have been fully vaccinated, that's a critical step. We will also be vaccinating people today at Walter Reed, primarily our 12 to 15-year-olds, but others as well. And there is walk-in vaccinations. So some good news just to start the day before we get into just a couple of housekeeping items. And we'll start with a resolution finding the need today. We still are seeing cases and we still have lost too many individuals. We want everyone to be safe. So we have a resolution finding the need to conduct the May 15th County Board meeting electronically. I'll have a couple of recitals. And then for those waiting for public comment, open comment, we will go to you in just a minute. But first, the recitals and regarding the need to conduct this morning's meeting electronically as well as Tuesday's recessed meeting. Whereas on March 12th, 2020, the governor of Virginia declared a state of emergency in Virginia in response to the spread of the novel coronavirus or COVID-19, a communicable disease of public health threat, so declared by the State Health Commissioner on February 7th, 2020. And whereas on March 13th, the next day, 2020, the county manager of Arlington County declared a local emergency to enable the county to respond to the public health threat posed by COVID-19, which local emergency declaration was consented to by the County Board of Arlington County on March 14th, 2020. And whereas in subsequent executive orders, particularly executive orders number 53, 55 as amended, and 67 among others, the governor of Virginia, among other measures designed to ensure safe physical distancing between individuals, restricted public and private in-person gatherings to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 and prevent its spread. And whereas the Arlington County Board finds that it has a responsibility to demonstrate to the public through the board's conduct the importance of maintaining proper physical distance from others and to avoid gathering in public where the risks of infection are highest, and to take measures that promote physical distancing in order to protect the public health and mitigate the impacts of the spread of COVID-19, including, among others, conducting meetings electronically whenever possible. And whereas on April 20th, 2020, the Virginia General Assembly adopted and the governor signed budget bill amendments to House Bill 29 that expressly authorize any public body, including any state, local, or regional body, to meet by electronic means without a quorum of the public body physically assembled at one location when the governor has declared a state of emergency, provided that the nature of the declared emergency makes it impractical or unsafe for the public body to assemble in a single location. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the public body and the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities, among other provisions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County Board of Arlington County, Virginia, hereby finds the nature of the declared emergency makes it both impracticable and unsafe for the board to assemble in a single location on May 15th, 2021 to discuss and transact the business of the county listed on the May 15th, 2021 County Board meeting agenda. And be it further resolved that the County Board hereby finds that the items on the May 15th, 2021 County Board meeting agenda are statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the county government and the discharge of the County Board's lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. And be it further resolved that the County Board hereby finds that the items on the May 15th County Board meeting agenda are encompassed within the continuity of operations ordinance adopted on May 19th, 2020, and thereafter amended as matters necessary to address the disaster posed by the public health emergency resulting from COVID-19 and matters essential to the continued operations of the government. That is, I've read the resolution. We now have a second. We will ask for the votes. Thanks very much for Ms. Crystal seconded, and thank you, Ms. Garvey. So I'll ask for the votes, starting with Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. So we are set with that housekeeping. We will thus be conducting the remainder of the meeting electronically. And now I'll just work through a couple of notes for our public speakers. As you're preparing to speak, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called on to speak. The moderator can mute you but cannot unmute you. If you are calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute. If you are using a computer browser or app, click the microphone button on the toolbar. After speaking, you may exit the call and continue to participate in the meeting via the live stream online or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085 and Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40. A Spanish language interpreter is on the line for the public comment period portion of the meeting only and can help with individual translation. Could our interpreter please introduce herself in English and in Spanish?
You're muted, Shirley.
We'll give you a minute for you to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me? Good morning.
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. Buenos días para todos los que necesiten la interpretación en español. Aquí estoy para servirles. Gracias. Good morning. If you need Spanish interpretation, I'm here to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gracias por su ayuda this morning. With that, we are ready to hear from our public comment speakers. Madam Clerk, could you please call the first two public comment speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is Alan Gajahar, followed by Alyssa Marlowe.
Mr. Gajahar.
Good morning, members of the County Board, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
I'm here representing the Arlington County Civic Federation, and we have a resolution on Arlington County fiscal oversight. Whereas Arlington County has a budget of $1.36 billion and has very limited fiscal oversight, has few or no programs or incentives to encourage fiscal savings, since its adoption of a county auditor has provided very limited fiscal and staff support of the position, has reported few, if any, actual savings or efficiencies associated with reviews. Many audit plans, as reported in the fiscal year 2022 proposed budget, have failed to be completed. Only one audit was issued in fiscal year 2020 and has maintained supplementary internal audit functions at a very low level and proposed to reduce them further in fiscal year 2022. Since 2013, the Civic Federation has strongly supported the concept and practice of a county auditor, similar to local jurisdictions such as Fairfax and Montgomery counties. Arlington County state and local representatives have also strongly supported the concept and function of a county auditor. In 2020, the Civic Federation issued a comprehensive report detailing the need for improved fiscal oversight, and this report and recommendations have been largely ignored. The county has few, if any, other formalized methods or sources of fiscal oversight or savings. Both the size and complexity of Arlington's budget and budget process, as well as fiscal best practices, require a comprehensive and robust program or functions of independent fiscal oversight. The COVID-19 pandemic and its associated impact on schools, businesses, and employment have added to the need for an independent review of Arlington's annual budget. Therefore, be it resolved that the county needs to improve and increase the resources available to the county auditor, improve and increase resources available for internal auditors in DMF, and create a county-wide program of incentives for employees and residents who suggest reasonable methods to achieve savings and/or efficiency.
Thank you, Mr. Gajahar.
Our next speaker is Alyssa Marlowe, followed by Alice Tillwell.
Ms. Marlowe.
Yes, hi. Thank you for the opportunity to address everyone here. This is the first time I heard about this, and I'm a little nervous. So if I use some of the terms a little bit wrong, please, I apologize in advance. I did also find out about the Monday open door session, and I would like to thank the chairman and his staff, Francesca, for contacting me and not fixing them yet, but being willing to hear my concerns and address some of them. So thank you for that. This is a little bit different though, Chairman. My concern and question is about inquiring for some financial help for existing low income. Now, I say homeowners, I mean a tiny little condominium that's worth half of the median area condo income, worth half of the value. I'm in a tiny place, but I say home because I'm a first-time home buyer and it means a lot to me. So my ask is that the county look into some of the programs to help keep existing homeowners like me who are very low income and would meet the CDC eviction moratorium financial guidelines if I was a renter, but because I'm not a renter, I can't get any financial help. I've looked into programs and I'm appreciative that they're there, such as the RRP. I think it's called I'm messing it up a little bit because I'm nervous, sorry, but at Virginia Department of Housing, and some of the grants from Arlington County, but they haven't been available to people like me because I have a mortgage, and most of them are available for people who have rents, which is great. I don't want people evicted. But the county suggested that I go into CARES Act forbearance with my mortgage about a year ago, and I'm now $17,500 behind in my mortgage. That's tough with an 830 credit score and in the means to have bought this place all by myself without any help. My ask is that you consider when the federal funds come to the state, that you consider people like me, especially those that are disabled, because there's only 3.7% according to the census that are disabled, and I think that means my time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Marlowe.
Our next speaker is Alice Tillwell, followed by Charlotte Malrich.
Ms. Tillwell.
Hi, good morning. I'm Alice Toole. I'm using your pronunciation, Toole. I'm the pastor at Clarendon Presbyterian Church, and I'm representing Voice today. I'm speaking about the Serrrano apartment buildings, the health and safety concerns that you well know about, and a continued lack of clear and respectful communication with residents. I also want to begin by thanking Arlington County officials, especially in the last week, for taking the concerns of the Serrrano so seriously. And thank you, Chair Matt Ferrante, County Manager Mark Schwartz, Shannon Flanagan-Watson, Anita Friedman, Cloud Williamson, Ann Venencia, and many others for showing up at the Serrrano yesterday to listen to the residents' deep concerns, to witness to the inhumane conditions that people are living in, and with that gut-wrenching agitation to act with timely, real, and lasting change for Arlington residents who are among our most vulnerable and our most essential in Arlington, both for our economy and as we deeply value them in Arlington. My child is coming with me. I also want to express that it has been rocky. Yesterday, we heard that Drucker and Falk, who's been managing the apartment for AHC, has been entering the units without permission and has been stacking personal furniture to get fast repairs. Repairs have been messy and incomplete. We implore you to continue to act with all your empathy and your broad thinking and with all of your power for these residents in Arlington. They continue to live with mold and rust and black dust in apartments. AC units are off now, but otherwise I think particles would have been coming through the air. I care because I'm a parent, I'm a pastor, and because it's part of my faith. And I believe when one of our children or all of our children, and we need to care about all of our children in Arlington, not just the ones that Zoom bomb Arlington County meetings. So thanks.
Thank you. The Zoom bomb is not a problem, both for Ms. Toole and Ms. Marlowe. We will speak, at the end of this, we will speak to, we'll respond to your comments. But first, we'll go to the next speaker, and thanks for joining us, each of you, as well as Gajahar. Madam Clerk, the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Charlotte Malrich, followed by Sarah Reynolds.
Ms. Malrich.
Good morning, members of the Arlington County Board. My name is Charlotte Malrich, and I'm a library assistant with Arlington Public Libraries. Before I get started, we have workers in departments across the county who are ready to speak this morning, but we're being limited to one person. So I'm going to do my best to speak for the many county workers who, like me, know the importance of having the right to collectively bargain. I've been with the county for 14 years, and I know that public service is more than a job. This is a calling. I've said this before, and it bears repeating. I am so proud to work with my coworkers at the Arlington Public Libraries. We have always been vital social and educational hubs for the county, but this became really evident during the pandemic. My coworkers kept these spaces of community open and running by creating contactless hold pickup, by putting together book bundles of children's books so families didn't have to request specific books ahead of time, but could just show up at the library any day and go home with a pack of books for their kids. Craft bags that they could pick up every week. Our career librarian adapted her job seeker mentoring to go online for patrons who were unemployed during the pandemic. These services are invaluable, and when they are cut or if they aren't properly staffed, communities feel the effects beyond mere dollars and cents. I'm here today as an employee and as a resident to let the board know that my coworkers and I support a strong and fair collective bargaining ordinance that represents the true intent of bargaining. Wages and benefits are important, but the ordinance should include the ability to negotiate over workplace issues like safety and working conditions, and as these might change in the future. Collective bargaining should not just be about the money. If we're given a voice on some issues, but not others, saying that you don't respect us or our experience. Cities and counties across America, including the metro area, have successful collective bargaining ordinances. And I think it would send a terrible message to the county if the policy here in Arlington is more restrictive.
Thank you, Ms. Malrich. Thank you, Ms. Malrich, for your comments and your public service. Also, I will, at this stage, I'll just mention to your point that there are a couple of others at least who wanted to speak to this, and I'll just name those who I think would likely associate themselves with your comments. I believe Ms. Luis Velez Torres, Mr. Anthony Pistone, and then there, which I think are both from Open Door Mondays. I think both are members or employees of the county. Not 100% sure, but sort of 95% sure. There's also Craig Hines and Keith Willis, who also indicated to our clerk that they wanted to associate themselves with your remarks. For those watching at home, we will take this up. I'll have a few comments once we finish our public speakers on this. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sarah Reynolds, followed by Audrey Clement.
Ms. Reynolds.
Good morning, honorable members of the Arlington County Board, and thank you to Chair DeFerranti, Vice Chair Crystal, Member Dorsey, Member Karantanis, Member Garvey, and Madam Clerk for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sarah Reynolds, and I am a tax collector in the Arlington County Treasurer's Office. The Treasurer has made it a requirement of continued employment that all employees fill out a COVID vaccine statement. I submitted a copy of it for the record of this board meeting yesterday online and additionally emailed a copy of it to each of you yesterday. We are being required to either present proof of vaccination or fill out the vaccine declination statement. We were asked to sign it by the end of business day, May 14th, 2021, as a condition of continued employment. The CDC's updated guidance as of Thursday, May 13th, 2021, is that fully vaccinated people may take their masks off inside and outside. However, at the time we were provided the form to sign on May 11th, 2021, the CDC had still recommended masks indoors for vaccinated and unvaccinated people. I'm concerned that the Treasurer would issue her own decree that unvaccinated employees, and I'm quoting from the PDF, that they may be subject to additional safety requirements that do not apply to vaccinated employees, and that they will be required to wear a mask at all times when in the office, including at their desk, and that they will not be permitted to eat at their desk, in the break room, or at any other place in the Treasurer's office. And requiring employees to wear a mask at their desk while surrounded by a huge cube wall partition was not the policy in the middle of the pandemic last last August, September, and October of 2020 when I was working in the office on occasion. We were allowed to take our masks off at our desk. I want to understand how one suite in a large government office building could have different rules from the already existing county mask mandate. Does it make sense that employees across the hall from us in the Commissioner of Revenue's office could have one set of rules to follow, and employees in the Treasurer's office another, and HR employees upstairs be subject to still another set of rules? This is at 2100 Clarendon Boulevard. The other much more alarming part of the requirement to sign this form is that we are being required to disclose a piece of our medical history to an employer. I feel this is a violation of our privacy and civil liberties. What starts out as show your vaccine card could escalate to, in order to remain employed, you will need to provide full vaccine history and eventually a list of all medical procedures you have received, or even a record of all prescription drugs you have ever been prescribed.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
It's a slippery slope. I just want to say it. I just want the record to show that I objected to this, and I love serving the taxpayers. I do not want to endanger my employment. I just wish you would please read my full statement.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. If you'll stay on, we'll just once we finish the next two speakers in the course of responding, we did see your letter and we'll respond. But first, the next two speakers, and we try to stay consistent in terms of the 2 minutes. So thank you. Ms. Jacobs, the next speaker, please.
Next, our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by James Harris.
Hello, do you hear me?
We do. Thank you, Ms. Clement. Go ahead.
Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement, the independent candidate for county board. When I first read the report about hazing at the Arlington Fire Training Academy on WDVM News, I was incredulous. I thought that hazing had been outlawed on all school campuses decades ago, and that it didn't happen in the workplace. But former fire department recruit Brett Ahern, who alleged that his instructor forced him to perform demeaning acts as a, quote, alternative learning opportunity, end of quote, was backed up by other recruits who testified against the instructor in a confidential investigative report last year. Now these firefighters fear retaliation because they believe that the report was leaked by the department to the instructor in unredacted form. The county manager's office insists that hazing is not to be tolerated, yet Brett Ahern was flunked from the firefighter training course, while the instructor who hazed him and others was merely relieved of his teaching duties. It is surprising that hazing happened in a county that prides itself on the professionalism of its uniformed services. Yet in a one-party state like Arlington County, loyalty to the machine is rewarded, disloyalty to the chain of command is punished, and officials routinely deny responsibility for bad outcomes. If this situation disturbs you, then elect a board member who will insist upon a higher code of conduct for all county employees as integral to its oversight function of the county manager's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our next speaker is James Harris, followed by our final speaker, Sheila Leonard.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, you may need to unmute *6 on your phone.
Are you there, Mr. Harris? So, Madam Clerk, I suggest, unless I hear Mr. Harris in the next moment, that we go on to check with Ms. Leonard and see if we can get Mr. Harris unmuted in a moment. Next speaker, I believe, is is that Mr. Harris?
Can you hear me now?
We can. Sorry about that. We'll go to Mr. Harris first and then Ms. Leonard. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
I and other residents of residential neighborhoods are increasingly concerned about the intent of so-called complete streets planning. We see no enforcement of statutes and regulations related to the operations of bicycles and micromobility vehicles. Persons who ride bicycles and micromobility vehicles are being exempted from obeying traffic ordinances. Residential streets, narrow sidewalks, and trails are being repurposed for recreational use by bicyclists and micro-mobility vehicle riders, including electric bicycles and micro-mobility vehicles. We see increasing reckless behavior by drivers of motor vehicles, bicyclists, persons who ride micro mobility vehicles. These vehicles are heavier and faster every year. A growing number of Arlington residents say they are afraid to walk on the WO&D and Mount Vernon trails. Sidewalks in many neighborhoods are becoming hazardous for pedestrians. Streets and roads are continually narrowed. Stop signs, traffic signals, and crosswalks are being installed every 50 to 100 feet. What are the effects on emergency vehicles, response times, public transit schedules, essential uses of streets by motor vehicles? Car-free diet is a complete misrepresentation. Public spaces constantly repurposed for recreation. Look at what you will approve on today's consent agenda. Moreover, multimodal vehicle safety is almost never mentioned. So what is the intent of Complete Streets? What is the intent of Complete Streets planning? Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. We'll address your comments as well. After we have one more speaker, and I believe it's Ms. Leonard. I understand from our clerk that you may be interested in speaking about libraries. Do want to just note, certainly want to hear about that. But if there's also, we have heard on collective bargaining from another speaker, and we try to seek to stay to one subject. But Ms. Leonard, go ahead, and I understand you want to speak to libraries.
Hi, yes, my name is Sheila Leonard. Thank you for this opportunity to all 5 county board members and others listening in. I'm an Arlington parent of 3 children. I'm actually sitting outside T-ball practice at 9 a.m. and this is the first time I'm doing, or T-ball game at 9 a.m. This is the first time I'm doing this. I'm not speaking about collective bargaining. I'm speaking about the state of opening of libraries in our county right now. Library browsing and openings, as you noted, Chair DeFerrante, we have a 1.5% positivity rate in Arlington, yet 6 of the buildings are still closed, including Central Library, which has the largest collection of books. I have 3 kids, and it's been really hard for us to access books this year. My first grader hasn't had a full day of in-person school since March 13th, 2020, as the elementary school days have shortened, and I feel like the county board has not supplemented with the ability for kids to go into libraries and choose their books. I'm asking 3 specific things. How does Governor Northam's new mask policy change the current operations for libraries? What are the specific changes to library operations that are alluded to on the library website but not defined? And why do we have to wait for summer for these policies to go into effect? And finally, why were the libraries not fully funded in next year's budget? My children are, well, I only have 2 that can, I have a 1-year-old, so not that one. But the other 2 are voracious readers, and we've checked out every Boxcar Child book, every Babysitters Club book at Westover and Shirlington. I spent a year trying to navigate the online system, picking up and searching for different books. But as anyone who's a parent knows, my 5-year-old goes through 20 picture books in the same amount of time that I go through 1 novel. Kids need to be in, seeing books, touching books, looking at books so that they can be opened up to an entire world that's outside their home and outside their computer screen. I was really disappointed to see that the budget didn't allow for the reopening of Cherrydale or Glen Carlin. We have all these books, and frankly, it feels like they're locked away from the people who are paying for them, including and especially the children. So I'm asking the board to consider updating the browsing policies in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. And now I'm remembering you've sent us a few notes. We'll come back to you and with, I think, some helpful information once we go through our public speakers. So we'll start, as we do, typically we'll provide a brief response to the concerns raised, and we'll start with Mr. Gadjahar. I have a few thoughts with respect to the resolution, but in this case, I'd like to see if Mr. Dorsey, as one of our audit committee chairs, and perhaps Mr. Karantonis wanted to speak in response to the issues raised. And I also think that it's possible Mr. Schwartz may also have a few additional thoughts. I will say just one thought, which is later today we'll be taking some actions to reduce the costs of bonds, which is an example of the sort of fiscal restraint discipline. We're a AAA bond rated county, and there are not too many of those counties in the United States. But that's just part of our work. There's also DMF, as well as our auditor. So with that, I'll go to Mr. Dorsey, and then we'll eventually get to the manager, Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just like to express to Mr. Gajahar and the Civic Federation that fiscal oversight, both internally and with proper and responsive independent auditing, is essential to a well-functioning community, and it's something that we believe in centrally here in Arlington. But there seems to be a little bit of an information gap because the resolution and the preambulatory clauses contained therein seem to not be aware of a lot of the ways in which we provide this oversight. So when it comes to the internal audit function, those are conducted by external auditors that we contract with, very esteemed firms who compete for the business and have a level of credentials far beyond what any municipality could bring to bear on its own. On average, they complete anywhere from 7 to 10 of those external independent audits per year. We also do have a Department of Management and Finance, which is well regarded and well known throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia for its expertise in providing for overall effective fiscal stewardship of a county government organization. And then our external audit function that is responsive to the board, while it does certainly uncover savings, it is primarily a performance auditing function to ensure that the programs that the board authorizes are operating as intended and are being proper stewards of taxpayer dollars. So all of these things together make for what I think is a very clear, robust function, despite what is implied in the document. And while the call for more resources for this are certainly always welcome and are part of our annual deliberations, I think the posture from which the resolution is based, unfortunately, doesn't really square with the facts. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dorsey, I think Mr. Dorsey covered most of what I wanted to contribute to this response. I do think that there is a lack of information, and it would be maybe a good proposal, suggestion to to have the opportunity to talk with the Civic Federation at some point and to explain how, especially how the performance audit function works. And I invite to we have an audit committee, and this will be meeting publicly now soon, I believe, if I'm not wrong, first week of June. It will be announced this week anyway. So and with new citizen members as well. It is an invaluable contribution to the governors of Arlington County, the robustness of fiscal oversight, and specifically also the function of the independent auditor who reports to the county board as opposed to the county manager. It helps us a lot to understand how the departments work, how the overall delivery of governance works. And I have no question that if we have the ability and the resources, we should be, building on what we have done so far and adding on top of that. So I will give it back, and I'm really open to a constructive dialogue of exchanging information about the audit function and how it goes.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, I would just also recommend to those listening in, the Dr. Horton, who is the county board auditor, has a pretty good, really good website where we have audit committee minutes. And at each of the audit committee meetings, at least once a year, our internal auditor, Ken Sakosha, has come and made presentations, as has our external auditor. We're required to do, under single audit requirements from the federal government, to do an annual audit of all our books every year. And you'll find that we do a very good job on that. In addition, I want people to understand, because I've heard sometimes, that Dr. Horton is doing one audit and then he's done, and then it's a little bit longer to the next one. He's not stopping. I mean, for example, when we did the ambulance billing audit or the fire department audit or the police audit or the ECC audit, it's not like he's done and he's stopped. He's going back each time to check in on them. So basically, we have we have a multiplication, sort of a pyramid of things that keep building up, that not only is he doing new audits, but following up on audits that he's completed. So we are actually quite busy on a lot of things. So I would recommend for those who have the stamina to show up at our next audit committee meeting in June. So maybe we'll even have refreshments. So there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Dorsey, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Gadjahar, you and I have also had a couple of conversations over the last weeks. We do continue to partner and work with the Civic Federation. I would agree that there's some of the preambles, some of the recitals, there is a little bit of a gap, and perhaps we can follow up with the sort of conversation and information that Mr. Dorsey, Mr. Karantonis mentioned. Certainly fair to ask for more resources through the budget process, but there's a lot of things that we're doing in this area that want to be sure that we're sharing with Civic Federation members in addition to yourself. The next speaker was Ms. Marlowe. Ms. Marlowe, yes, we did get a chance to talk at Open Door Monday. Your concerns, there are a couple of different potential ways that we could help you, and we are certainly mindful of the challenge this proposes, that this pandemic has posed for all of our residents. There is Arlington Thrive. There are also rental relief and some relief programs that we could talk further with you about. Thank you for recognizing my aide, Ms. Francesca Lucia, who has provided some information, I believe, yesterday or coming Monday that may be of help. But there's additional steps that we need to take. It's a conversation with our staff. There are also some of the specifics of your situation is something that our staff would be best familiar with and best able to address. I see Ms. Garvey on this item.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to actually, you ended up where I was heading a bit. You know, we do have our ombudsman, Ben Aiken, who was aware of all the kind of all of the programs that we have. So I think if presumably Ms. Marlowe has left her email, and we can get back with her and help her with her personal situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. And the one thing I'll just mention is so that the rest of our public who may be listening, we do have a real estate tax relief program that can also help some homeowners in addition. So those are a few steps, but we will follow up. Ms. Marlowe, thank you for being here, and you did well. Don't worry about being nervous. It's part of it. Ms. Toole, I think you spoke about the Serrrano, which is an issue that we all on the board care about and care deeply about. We are focused in the last week, in addition to the work we've been doing over the last year or year plus. But I think results in really serving the residents well in the short term is what I want to focus on, and I want to send it to Mr. Schwartz and see if other colleagues have comments. So since we had been doing quite a bit of work before last Thursday, but we have stepped up quite a bit since then, and the manager can talk about, I believe, daily meetings that are happening. I've personally held conversations with AHC staff leadership and board leadership, and I was there last night from 6 to 8. I hope you will know, and colleagues and staff knows, there's no issue right now that is more important, and this has always been important to the county board. We're going to work to make this right. We can't fix every single problem immediately, but we are working with urgency to fix all the problems as quickly as we can. With that, I'll send it to Mr. Schwartz, because it's really Mr. Schwartz and Ms. Venetia and others who are doing quite a bit of work.
All right, Grant,
Mr. Schwartz,
go.
before I do, there's one morning sports event which we hope your child is doing well. But we also want to see if we can continue the conversation. So back to the serious questions of the Serrrano. Thanks for the person who muted themselves, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the opportunity to chat with Alice yesterday when we were on the tour of the Serrrano. The things I wanted to focus on were sort of the things we're doing right now, today, yesterday, over the past week. We've made available to residents of the Serrrano who feel as if they're living in conditions that are unacceptable the opportunity to move out
and to be housed in alternative housing. I don't have a specific count. I'm not going to tell you how many people have taken advantage of that. But Mr. DeFerranti, you know, yesterday you and I were on the tour. There are units there where there are conditions that nobody on this call or anybody else would want to have to put up with. So there is a short-term set of solutions in place as we continue to work on the long-term solutions. Every resident received a letter from me in 4 languages. We sent them in English, Spanish, Amharic, and Arabic, and we continue to have resources available on an ongoing basis. And we encourage people who either are living there or know people who are there to get in contact with us so that we can help them with the immediate life, health and safety needs. That's our first priority while we work on longer term solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. That's really appreciate your mentioning that if individuals there would like to move out, we are providing systems and allowing them to do so. And the details of that will be worked with Ann Venecia, who has been also quite relentless. In addition to you, Mr. Manager, I see Mr. Karantonis, your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you and the county manager for visiting yesterday and having engaged in trying to provide relief, immediate relief to the tenants there. For me, there are 2 questions that are looming beyond the immediate action that we are taking. The number one is how is it possible that we got so far? And this has been a problem for more than a year now, and we really all involved, the tenants, advocates, the county board, county staff has been involved. But I have to say, and I say it with certain sadness, because I recognize that the landlord has been always a good partner of Arlington County, that I see failure there, failure to deliver on decent housing conditions for people, failure to react timely to a problem, failure to take action. And I really appeal to the leadership of HC and to the people who work for this corporation to really read and make sure that this never happens again, and show us what they are wanting to do, and show the community what they are going to do to make sure that not only Serrrano is fixed, that a Serrrano is never going to happen again. This is really critical for the way ahead. We are in the business of, we're really trying to solve our housing crisis here. And part of that is to provide decent housing conditions. And we have succeeded, most of the times. Serrrano it's a horrible example of how things can go wrong. And I really believe that we have to be very upfront. We owe the Arlington community and the tenants of Serrrano an apology. IHC owes us an apology altogether. I do believe that. And then we have to show what actions we exactly need to take in order to make sure that this never happens again. And also for us with Arlington County, we have to answer as well what kind of better, increased, more detailed, more responsive supervision we have to provide, and how best to do that. I do believe that we have to work on these things and provide answers as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for your remarks. Mr. Dorsey, I think you had comments or no?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot has been said. I won't rehash the concern about conditions, and as we think about the way forward, which is I think apt that Mr. Karantonis is focused there. I think we definitely need to make sure that we continue doing what it is we have begun to do, and that is to take steps to assess the conditions of properties that we invest in for the purposes of affordable housing throughout the county, making sure that there are resources that are available to ensure that they're adequately maintained. But then there comes the responsibility on the part of our affordable housing partners to be very proactive in ensuring that their management services are being responsive to the residents' needs and really have an accurate account of conditions, and quite frankly can build up a culture of trust where residents will go to those housing managers in order to fix issues before they metastasize into something heinous like we're seeing at the Serrrano. And the world of people who are involved on an advocacy perspective on this, I think is great. We welcome that, and we want to make sure that that advocacy also empowers tenants by making them aware of provisions of the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, which provides very, very clear guidance on what a landlord's responsibilities are, in addition to what a tenant's responsibilities are. But more importantly, it provides relief if those responsibilities are not upheld, relief that can be made available to the tenant. So if we are able to properly empower tenants, make sure that from a systems perspective, we as Arlington County are investing in the right partnerships, and that those partnerships are actually delivering the day-to-day results, I think we'll be in a much better place to meet Mr. Karantonis's goal that this does not happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Crystal.
The only thing to add, other than to second everyone else's comments, and especially recognize our chair, who I think has been leading the board's involvement on this for over 12 months at this point, in trying to address. I think the question of how things got this bad is the right question to ask. Up until the last year or so ago, since then, at the board's insistence, at the insistence of Voice and other tenant advocates, I understand the landlord has replaced all of the major systems, for example. I think what we have all been left with is an understandable total fracture in trust. And I think that means when there are difficult trade-offs ahead, and Ms. Toole really, I think, put her finger on one, which is that we expect this landlord to act as though their hair is on fire, because it is in this building. That kind of urgency manifests in entering units, moving furniture, moving too quickly in ways that are not respectful to the tenants. And so I think that there are going to be tensions ahead because we expect AHC, Drucker and Falk, their management partner, to proceed with absolute no holds barred urgency, yet respectfulness to the privacy schedules, times, and needs of the tenants. And so to that end, I think that is just one of many challenges that are ahead in trying to redress unacceptable living conditions in ways that are still respectful of tenants' needs. And so to that end, I just wanted to take a second and especially thank a couple of advocates and frankly, social workers and community organizers Reyes with Bugata, Janice Valenzuela of the local community. I know Julio Basurto has been doing a ton of work in this area too. They have been integral in trying to bridge that trust. It's total breakdown and the lack of trust, again, which is completely merited given the conditions there, has been one of the biggest issues in getting this fixed. And at the end of the day, I think all of the points made about accountability are good ones, but the most important thing is that we get this fixed. And so, whether that comes with the, sort of satisfying desire to knock heads together that I understand is widely held by some members of our community, the most important thing is just to get this fixed. And so I also appreciate our managers' efforts and offers in multiple languages to move people into other apartments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. I don't have really much to add, but I don't want anyone to think the board is not absolutely unanimous and committed to this, and so is our staff. So I appreciate all of the thank yous to everybody. I think we need to also, as I say, thank the staff. I think they've really stepped up because we're suddenly realizing, I think we had a certain amount of trust and thought this was going to be getting fixed because we kept doing it, and it just seems to be not. So I'm hoping we will do some kind of an after action later to get to, I think Mr. Karantonis, brought this up. We want to make sure we learn some lessons here and doesn't happen again. And I just say I cannot be more disappointed right now in our partner AHC. I'm really concerned that they're having this issue. They're a very large company. They should not be. This feels very unprofessional. And we should not be in this point. So anyway, I don't want to keep going on. We've all said a lot, but the board is absolutely concerned about this and committed to fixing it and making sure it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, and all colleagues, as well as Mr. Schwartz, for your comments on this. This is clearly a burning priority for us, a critical priority for us to address. And we are going to be working on it in the short term and seeking to learn lessons from it in the medium term and make this right. Next, we'll have the next person who came in to speak was Ms. Mallory. Thank you for your public service. And thank you for your comments on collective bargaining. This is a topic that we have been working quite a bit in briefings with staff on, and going forward, we will have we are set to move towards consideration over the coming months. Just very much appreciate your comments that with respect to safety, you mentioned as an area of concern for collective bargaining that should be covered. And also there's discussion of working conditions, but I want to just thank you very much for coming to speak. There is this board member, as well as I believe all colleagues, are supportive of moving forward with the new authority we have from the state on collective bargaining, and we are looking forward to doing so, as I said, likely starting next month. Mr. Schwartz, I don't know if you had any comments you wanted to add. You don't have to, but I did want to give you the opportunity.
I did want to add one item, which is that currently, as you noted, Mr. Chair, the tentative schedule is for us to start considering this by bringing forward a request to advertise at the June board meeting. But prior to that, I know Ms. Malrich and some of her fellow county employees who I've talked with often, we have over 3,000 county employees. And one thing that we will make sure that happens before I bring forward a proposal to the board is that each employee gets an opportunity to take a look at whatever it is I'm going to propose and be able to look at it and ask questions about it. Because I know Ms. Malrich has been very involved, but not every county employee has had the opportunity. And I'd really like them to have the opportunity to take a look at this issue, because the ability to ask your managers and your board for certain kinds of collectively bargained benefits, I think is important. And so that information hopefully will be out there by the end of this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Next, we had Ms. Reynolds, who sent us a letter yesterday about noontime, I believe. And the letter concerns we work with other independently elected constitutional officers, such as our Treasury Department, as well as our Commissioner of Revenue. We have a separate, there's separate counsel for that entity. We read and will consider your comments. We are not in the practice, we seek to coordinate, but we don't tell our treasurer what to do. It is more, that is a decision that is left to the treasurer as well as to Treasurer's Council. I will say this, understand your concern with respect to, and you noted that May 11th was the letter. Today, May 15th, we have a different reality because of the governor's executive order. And so understand your frustration and concern, but also do feel that we're moving quickly towards a reality where those vaccinated don't need to be masked. And so would hope that you would understand as we will seek to coordinate, but not tell fellow elected and constitutional officers what to do. That's not quite our role. We do seek to stay coordinated. I believe in terms of timing, it was Ms. Garvey who I saw your first hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. No, and thank you for sort of outlining what our authority is and isn't. I think that's important. And I know as we move forward, we're getting to this intersection of, well, it's an issue that we serve the public and we're responsible for the health and safety of the public. And if someone is not vaccinated, they can carry the virus and make our public unsafe. So I can certainly see where it's appropriate to have a concern about who is vaccinated and who is not, because we have a responsibility to our public and to keep people safe. So I'll just say that and then pass it over to my colleague. I think Mr. Dorsey's next. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. I just think it would be helpful if we could just give Ms. Reynolds a clear answer to the question that I believe is true, that this board actually has no authority to change the operational decisions that the treasurer makes. If that is in fact true, I think we maybe ought to deliver that clear message. But beyond that, I think the larger issues she brings up are ones that I very much sympathize with. The nature of this pandemic is ever changing. And while it appears we're on a linear path towards a certain more liberalized outcome. We have been fooled in the past by the nature of how this pandemic has occurred, which requires shifting executive orders and shifting guidance. So, you know, I would love to be able to say that everything will move in a smooth, linear path, but I'm not going to be that intellectually arrogant given the experience of the last 15 months. And so we are still in a place where I think we're likely going to have odd and conflicting and changing information and guidance and rules. So I would ask that everyone just have a little bit of grace as we continue to get, hopefully, toward the end of this tunnel.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Grace, and also you mentioned clarity. With respect to the legal question, I see Mr. McIsaac. Perhaps you can provide that clarity or confirmation that we do not have the authority to direct the treasurer.
Sure, I'm happy to, Mr. Chairman. I think that this situation is a product of the way local government is structured in Virginia. I mean, the constitutional officers are truly independent from the local government. The local governments are required to provide space for constitutional officers, but they don't have any ability to regulate essentially what goes on within that space. That is something that each of the individual constitutional officers decide for themselves. Each of them, as you noted, have their own attorneys. I will say that, as Mr. Dorsey mentioned, this area is full of uncertainty at this point. There's a dynamic where, in addition to guidance that's being received at the federal level, there are also competing regulations promulgated by the State Department of Labor, and those have to be analyzed in relationship to the executive orders. And all of that is very fluid at this moment. So it's a challenging exercise to get it straight. And I think at the same time, every responsible manager of space is trying to do the right thing from a public health perspective. So there's a lot of issues to sort of balance in this process. But in this case, the treasurer really gets to do it herself.
Thank you, Mr. McIsaac, for the that helpful background and clarity on what the authority we don't have in this case. Next, Ms. Clement came in, mentioned fire department, a concern with respect to fire department employees. And on this one, this is a matter that we certainly, as a broad policy, there's no tolerance for improper action. But this is a specific instance, and I think I'd like to actually turn back to Mr. McIsaac. I'm inclined, this is specific instance where I believe a complaint may have been filed, and I think that it's not appropriate as a board for us to comment in detail on items where there could be an ongoing legal dispute. That's how I would say it, but I'll put it to you, Mr. McIsaac.
I think that's a good conclusion to reach, Mr. Chairman. These are not the sort of things that really should be talked about publicly at this point, particularly when there is not a great deal of clear information available to us. So maybe at a later time, but not right now.
Thank you, Mr. McIsaac. That does not mean that we don't have a overall policy role that we take seriously, and we will continue to take seriously to make sure that all of our departments are treating and working with and training employees in good ways and in the right ways to represent the best of Arlington. So that's Ms. Clement. Mr. Hurz mentioned concerns about our trails and safety. And on that one, I think I can speak for the board. We wholeheartedly are concerned about pedestrian safety. In fact, that is why our second main regular hearing item today will be Vision Zero, which is an effort to get to zero fatalities, pedestrian fatalities, and by 2030. And so that fair concerns. We will probably have more discussion of this at this point. I wouldn't say that Vision Zero necessarily will address all of Mr. Hurz's concerns, but for my part, I believe it is the right step. We take pedestrian safety quite seriously, and we are seeking to take all the steps that we can. Ms. Leonard, I'll start with the last of your questions first. I hope you're still there. It's, with your young one and outside on your phone. If not, I hope someone will share this with you because you have written to us, I believe, several times on this. The budget actually, the final adopted budget actually did include funding to get libraries open as soon as possible. And so there was some coverage and some comments that we heard via email about library concerns at the proposed budget stage, but the final budget that we adopted did address most of your concerns, perhaps not all, but most of your concerns. There's a couple of issues that are challenging. Several of our librarians, a number of our librarians retired during the course of the pandemic, so we have to hire the additional staff to get there. So that's a concern. And we take very seriously your point about new masks. I do think Mr. Dorsey's earlier point, the world today is on masks is different than a world 24 hours ago. Governor Northam has taken a step and said more specific circumstances where masks are not needed. He's advancing the date from May 28th. We're working hard. I know that that does not necessarily fix and address the critical urgency of your children getting to see books, be in books, and use their imagination to grow their worlds. We are working. We take that very seriously. I'll go to Mr. Dorsey and then Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to briefly add, it's so interesting. We turned everything off in the blink of an eye by shutting off the valve, but as we reopen, it will not happen in an instant. For the issues like employee separations, we need to ramp up. And so, I think our response, of course, during the budget was to make sure that we did not presume a ramp up much later than necessary. And we allotted the funds necessary so that we could have full year operations. But even with that action, it's going to take time to do the ramp up. So unfortunately, again, my comments about grace are still applicable, but just in a different regard. Even when the spirit is willing and the public health aligns, it's still going to take us a bit to get back to our previous normal, which I know is disappointing given how abruptly things shut off and how long we've endured.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had the opportunity to talk with Ms. Leonard in the past in a Open Door Monday as well. And the critical issue here is to get back the capacity in personnel that we need, and it's not an easy thing. And by the way, we're not only opening the libraries for the kids; it's also for the adults. This is a safe space. This is really critical social infrastructure, and I have to credit it. We had Ms. Mallory before, who is not only, by the way, not only an excellent librarian, she's also a great author. If you have the opportunity to read her. So we really, the staff at our libraries went above and beyond. They also helped with many other things during the pandemic. We had to reinvent how staff is distributed, how they work, how they help in different departments according to the needs of the moment. Now everybody comes back to their original functions. We have to retool them. We have to retrain them. Many new people will need to come in so that we start service as soon as possible. So I'm excited to see that this next month will be the month where progressively, safely, we will be reopening and providing full service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Crystal.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I just wanted to add my voice. We got this news yesterday afternoon, I think around 5 p.m. from the governor. I am really interested in knowing kind of what this means for our public services. We'll not put our manager on the spot since it's been, about 16 hours since then, right? But I am really excited. I think, if there's sort of a spectrum of cautiousness about what the variants mean, right? And sort of whether we might go into another phase of this, I would put myself on the more optimistic side. Certainly certainly vaccination rates being as high as they are in Arlington, now reaching a younger population, which is going to be critical to achieve true herd immunity in the region. I do think it's time that we reward our residents and residents not only of Arlington, but of our region and the Commonwealth for doing the right thing, for getting vaccinated, for making the right choices and begin to return to normal. So I'm really looking forward to some more specifics about what that looks like. Just to connect the dots between Ms. Leonard's comments, which I appreciated, and Ms. Malarich's, one of the reasons I'm looking forward to this conversation about collective bargaining is, as others have well surfaced, this is primarily at this point a staffing issue rather than a sort of public safety piece. And so, I am hopeful. I hope not without good cause that in future crises, having a greater employee voice in things like working conditions and safety might be able to help us mitigate the sort of swings of loss of employees in moments of crisis. So I just wanted to conclude, actually, speaking of Ms. Malarich's comments with, and I really mean this sincerely, a big thank you to Mr. Hines, Mr. Willis, Mr. Velas-Torres, and Mr. Pistone for being willing to associate themselves with Ms. Malarich's comments. I know every time sort of a new issue emerges and folks have to learn afresh about our one speaker per topic rule, it can be really frustrating. The reason we have it is that it means that other issues on the agenda can get their due, and we don't have impromptu, dozen people long public hearings on issues that were unplanned for. So I promise that your patience and willingness to abide by that principle will be paid forward, because I know that we are in the coming months about to have a very robust hearing on a draft collective bargaining ordinance, and the fact that we can get expeditiously to that hearing and hear comments from every single one of you, and what I imagine will be quite a few more colleagues and residents, I think is payoff for that one speaker per topic rule working the way it's supposed to. But I know it can be frustrating when you come. Thank you so much for modeling that patience, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from each of you in greater depth when we take up this issue in the months to come.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal, and each of you colleagues for filling out our responses to each of those who came to speak to us. I hope that our information was helpful. Now we will move forward to the next stage of our meeting, which is our consent agenda. And Madam Clerk, I think the question is for you that I'll have first, which is, have any items been pulled from our consent agenda?
Yes, item number 2, which is a site plan amendments for temporary conversion of residential units at 9th Street, Vice Street, and Fairfax Drive, has been pulled, as well as item 12, which is an amendment of a deed of lease between the county and Vintage Restaurant at 1345 North Courthouse Road.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now I will entertain motions on the consent agenda minus those 2 items. Item 2.
Moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. We have a motion and a second from Ms. Garvey. Thank you both. With that, I will ask for a vote on the motion. The first will start with Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranti votes aye as well. The consent agenda has been passed. I'm going to describe some of these consent items, and what I want to hasten to share with those watching is that just because they're on consent doesn't mean they're not very important. It's that we had consensus on those items and we haven't received concerns with respect to the non-pulled items. So I'll ask our clerk, and I'll have a few comments on these some of the items that we passed in the consent agenda. This first picture has a picture of the Fire Station 8, one of the actions that we took. It has refers to some work we've done with Eco Action Arlington, the USO, and the Cummings Foundation. Some work we're doing to help serve our veterans and also our public safety employees and their wellness. We'll go to the next slide. We are doing a pilot project that I hope really we will also share this in a press release after the meeting is over, but because this is important, we are doing a pilot project to help existing large trees on private property through a program where there's understanding of the need that is involved in helping save trees that are older than the young saplings and that have significant climate benefits. So this is a pilot project. There's also some communications and marketing to make sure that this gets out in the community and people know about it, but it's $50,000. And the latter of the two bullets talks about the income levels as we want to approach this with equity, and those who can't afford to help larger trees, we would hope that they would, because our resources are ultimately limited. The next slide discusses a really wonderful story that I was happy to learn about over the past week, or weeks, I should say, but it emanates from an Arlington resident who saw a need and put the dots together between his work, Mr. Baker, and the challenges facing public safety with respect to wellness and mental health. And we are accepting a donation of services from the Cummings Foundation. It's a 2 to 3 year project, and we all know that this is a hard time for wellness and mental health for all of our residents. And it's important that we make sure that our fire department, our emergency communications, communicators, those taking the 911 calls, our sheriff's department, our Arlington County Police Department are in the best wellness and mental health shape they can be so that they can do their work as well as possible in continuing and building trust with our community. So this is a $220,000 grant. The next item is Fire Station 8. Some may know the history of Fire Station 8. Some may not. This is the first fire station where Black firefighters were first as volunteers and then came on to our fire department staff. And there's a lot of history. This is a fantastic building. We have used construction manager at risk, but we have some additions in terms of the work we need to do for sustainability and other purposes. So we have slightly increased the construction contract for Fire Station 8. And we see green roof and solar power. It's important to all of us. The next slide discusses a couple of steps we have made. I mentioned earlier with respect to financially being sound and saving money at every point that we possibly can so that we can invest in our priorities in our community. But a savings of $369,000 beginning in fiscal year 22 is a significant amount of savings for the next 4 years. So that's a good government and solid financial practice step that we took. I believe we got another couple of slides. I'll go through them quickly. The next slide concerns a purchase of a property. This is for stormwater purposes. And I want to just provide context. This particular property is located in a place where it's important for our system as a whole. And we went through a rigorous process over the last year to see in very targeted circumstances where it might be appropriate to purchase property to try and strengthen our stormwater system. And in this case, we took the steps. This did not come up overnight. There's been a process for this that has come over time. And there is, we work with our real estate professionals, and they identify in consultation with the board where there's a strategic interest, and we are focused in this regard. The next slide concerns the big picture text on this is that we will be opening Longbridge later this year, over the coming fiscal year. And as part of accepting a $10 million gift, we set ourselves up to also be honoring our veterans with the ability to gain passes to Longbridge. And so we have a memorandum of agreement with United Service Organization. USO has such a history at airports and across the country. And so this will allow active duty military members and their families, those who are serving us all, to use the facilities at the Longbridge Fitness Center. I believe that is all that I wanted to highlight. Colleagues, give you an opportunity should you want to make comments on the consent agenda. I see Mr. Karantonis, your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, briefly, two comments on item number 5, which is the duplex in North Vernon Street. I hear some feedback from acoustic feedback. I'm happy to support that, but I have to note that this is really we expect a quality construction there, and I do believe that the setting is appropriate for going higher than LEED Silver in the environmental and sustainability features of the two new homes. We really need to focus not only in the big buildings to get better sustainability parameters in the big buildings, but also the small ones. And this is an appeal to everybody to really pay attention. I believe that the economics of this construction would have supported LEED Gold as at the very, very minimum level. And I really appeal to the developer to do the right thing and try to push the envelope there towards LEED Gold. And the second thing that I wanted to comment, it's a great thing under item 22 that you mentioned also in your presentation, investing in the maintenance and the good health of our existing mature tree canopy. This is not a small feat. These trees have been it is an expensive undertaking, but it pays forward because reducing the stress and health hazards for these trees actually maintains this mature canopy for way longer. Otherwise, we would lose them from natural causes, and we don't want that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. With that, we will not seeing any hands. We'll move on to our regular hearing, regular agenda items, and we will go ahead and get started first with, I believe, item 30. Madam Clerk, could you please call the first regular agenda item?
Yes, item 30, several items, 30A through E. I'm sorry. Please excuse me 1 second. Okay.
No problem. I believe it is E. It may be D. I'm just checking myself to be sure.
I'm sorry, I just lost my, yes, E.
That's correct.
Okay, and these are for Crystal Plaza, located at 2001 South Clark Street. These items include a rezoning from CO Mixed Use District to CO Crystal City Mixed Use Crystal City District, as well as a Crystal City block plan, site plan, and site plan amendments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now go to the manager, Mr. Schwartz, for the staff presentation and the intro as usual.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. With us today virtually is Adam Watson, who is lead planner and CPHD, and then also some people refer to him as the mayor of Crystal City, Matt Matuzik, and Joanne Gabor from DES.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Watson.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Can you see my screen and hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So this is the Crystal Plaza 1, 2001 South Clark Street site plan project. As previously mentioned, we do have a couple of items this morning. There's 5 of them. We have a rezoning of the site. We have a Crystal City block plan in accordance with that rezoning. We have the site plan amendment of the existing site plan on site, which is site plan 11. We have a phased development site plan amendment to the existing Crystal City PDSP, which is site plan 454. And then lastly, we have the site plan for the new development, which is site plan 458. So jumping right into the location, this is the Block M in Crystal City, also known as the Entertainment District in the sector plan, which is bounded by 20th Street to the north, Crystal Drive to the east, 23rd Street to the south, and Richmond Highway to the west. This is also the same approximate area and location of the existing site plan 11, which was originally improved in 1963. So jumping down a bit to the northwest corner of this block, we have a site for redevelopment. This is 2001 South Clark Street. It's an existing 11-story office building that was constructed in the mid-1960s. The existing zoning on the site is CO, and the GLUB designation is high OAH for office, apartment, hotel. It's also within the Crystal City Coordinated Redevelopment District, which means it's eligible for a rezoning to CO Crystal City. This slide just basically summarizes that the proposed rezoning of this site from CO to CO Crystal City is consistent with the GLUP designation that I just mentioned, which is the first component of today's actions on this item. Next, we have the proposed block plan, which is submitted in accordance with the rezoning to CO Crystal City. The block plan provides supplemental guidance to ensure that the proposed new buildings do not preclude the vision of the sector plan for the block. As I mentioned, also, we have the site plan amendment to site plan 11. This is to remove approximately 104,000 square feet of site area for the new site plan. The applicant is requesting to retain the existing density and parking, which is just the existing structures and buildings on the block to remain. A statistical summary of that is shown here at the bottom of the screen. You can see how the loss of that single office building affects the overall gross floor area on the block, and as well as the parking that's there today, which will be replaced with a new parking garage structure for the new buildings. So moving into our development proposal, the proposal is comprised of 2 residential buildings with ground level retail. We have the West Tower, which will be 2000 South Bell Street, and the East Tower, which will be 2001 South Bell Street. Between the two of them, there's going to be 758 dwelling units and approximately 22,000 square feet of ground floor retail for an overall density of 6.9 FAR. These buildings are proposed to be LEED Gold with installation of bird-friendly materials in accordance with our newly revised green building bonus density incentive policy. In addition, there's going to be underground parking totaling 302 spaces at 0.32 spaces per dwelling unit and 1 space per 494 square feet of retail gross floor area. There's a pedestrian passageway, which is a new 7,200 square foot open space, which is adjacent to the East Tower. That I'll show you the location of that in a minute. The applicant would be designing that, constructing it, maintaining, and providing us an easement for that. In addition, they are replacing the underground segment of the pedestrian concourse, which runs beneath this site. And lastly, a crucial step for implementing the goals and visions of the sector plan would be the new segment of South Bell Street, also known as Clark Bell Street, in the sector plan, which bisects these 2 buildings. So this is a ground floor layout of the site as proposed. You can see the West Tower on the left side of the screen and the East Tower on the right-hand side. Just moving down the key here, you can see retail fronting a number of the street frontages shown here in red. The residential entries to each building are off of the new Clark Bell Street segment, and the applicant is providing both this north-south portion, which will be the ultimate alignment, as well as an interim connection to connect down to the existing Clark Street to the south. Our open space or pedestrian passageway is shown on green on the right-hand side of the page. In yellow, we have bi-directional protected bike lanes that we were able to achieve. This was a great improvement of this site plan through the public review and SPRC process. And then lastly, we have our loading and our unified garage entry point on the south side of the buildings. So our zoning regulations, the CO Crystal City zoning district does allow the county board to approve additional density upon finding that the project furthers the goals, policies, and objectives of the Crystal City sector plan. It establishes regulations on a number of different criteria, which I've listed here. And the summary is that the proposal is consistent with the zoning regulations. There are a couple of modifications requested, which I've listed on the right-hand side of the screen. I'll speak to the additional density in a minute with the PDSP amendment. The bulk plan angle, the applicant has provided shadow studies meeting the zoning ordinance requirements to maintain sufficient light on Center Park. In terms of tower separation, this applies only to the proposed East Tower. The applicant has again met the zoning ordinance requirements through working with the neighboring property owner of Crystal Plaza Apartments, which is DWEC, to achieve that minimum 60-foot separation with redevelopment of the apartment building to the south. And then lastly, we have the parking modifications to reduce the parking, which we believe is completely acceptable given the proximity to transit here, as well as its consistency with our off-street parking guidelines. We analyzed this proposal based on the Crystal City sector plan, which is the primary document guiding redevelopment for this site. These are the major goals of the sector plan listed here on the left-hand side of the screen. And on the right-hand side, I'm just showing you the conceptual maps from the sector plan that show you the location of the site. as proposed. So over the next couple of slides, I'd like to just walk through some of the key areas of this site plan that we discussed the most through the public engagement process and talk about how those evolved and how those moved into better compliance with this sector plan as well as the zoning ordinance. So the first one was the build to lines, also known as the RBLs, and the streetscape for South Bell Street. This is again the new segment that's coming with this project. Initially, the applicant had proposed a 72-foot building face to building face distance and separation, and about 43 feet of curb to curb space, as well as a single direction 6-foot bike lane. For a number of reasons, we really wanted to move a little bit closer to the sector plan objectives, as well as understand and hear from the community, which really desired bi-directional protected bike lanes here. And so what we've achieved is this revised proposal, shown down here at the bottom, where you can see we now have bi-directional 5-foot bike lanes protected, which also aligns with our ongoing but separate process for the Crystal City Bike Network. We have a 47.5 feet curb to curb distance, which is within a half foot of the sector plan recommendation, and 76.5 feet between the buildings, which is about 3.5 feet within the guidelines provided by the sector plan. So again, that's all moved in a very positive direction over the course of our review process. Next, I wanted to show how the pedestrian passageway really evolved over the course, especially of the SPRC process, where we heard a lot about incorporating more plantings, more trees, just generally more biophilic elements. And I think that these two images at the top really illustrate how this went from a bit of a more brutalist design to something that is much more biophilic with lighting and special pavement as well. And again, this is consistent with the sector plan guidance for open space 8, which this space contains a portion of. This map at the bottom of the screen just kind of shows you the overlapping nature of these two spaces. So we are achieving some of open space 8 with this project. However, again, this is being proposed in addition to a future open space 8, which would come with future redevelopment elsewhere on this block. And again, it's going to connect to the existing plaza that is behind 220 20th Street as well, to provide that connection from 20th Street down to Crystal Drive. So again, another great improvement through the process. The last major topic of discussion through SPRC and LRPC as well was the underground. This is the concourse that runs beneath the site that connects to the shops and to the metro station. Originally, the applicant had proposed an open air connection to the shops that actually ran through the open space that I just showed you a minute ago. We received a lot of feedback from this at LRPC and SPRC, and the applicant came back with a revised proposal, which was fully undergrounded through the garage. However, there was still more concern about making sure that this was really a separated and climate-controlled environment. And so ultimately what we've ended up with, and what you have before you today, is this final proposal here on the far right side of the screen, which is a fully undergrounded, enclosed, and climate-controlled environment, which again maintains that continuous connection from 12th Street South to 23rd Street South, which is a key objective of the sector plan. Turning now to the PDSP amendment, I just wanted to highlight what is already existing in terms of the PDSP commitment. So these are the commitments that the board acted on in March of 2020. In terms of sustainability, we have a minimum of LEED Silver. Affordable housing, we got approximately 70 caps. That was 83,000 square feet at River House. It's an even split of 1 and 2 bedroom units. In terms of open space, we got dedication and contribution, monetary contribution for both Center Park and for Gateway Park. In terms of community facilities, I know we heard on libraries this morning, we got 7,200 square feet of space within 1901 South Bell Street, rent-free for 20 years for a small limited service library. And then lastly, transportation infrastructure to construct and get the fee dedication for 10th Street, which was the project to the north of this site. And then also a commitment to work with the county on improvements to 23rd Street South between Crystal Drive and Southeast Streets. And so each of these things, again, relates directly to goals and objectives specified in the Crystal City Sector Plan. So turning now to what is new. So this slide summarizes just what is coming to earn that additional approximately 2.2 FAR density over the base density allowed for this site. So in terms of sustainability, again, a key objective of the sector plan is to incorporate sustainable design into all the buildings. The applicant is increasing over that minimum of LEED Silver to go to LEED Gold. We'll get 12% energy efficiency over the base, Energy Star appliances, water sense fixtures, the bird-friendly materials, which I mentioned earlier. In addition, we will get 7 new CAFs committed offsite at River House. We're getting a majority of family-size units this time, so 4 2-bedrooms and 3 1-bedrooms. And I'll talk about this in a minute. This is, again, in addition to a $3.36 million base contribution. In terms of open space, we'll get the construction, maintenance, and easement of the pedestrian passageway, $81,000 in addition to that towards general open space improvements in Crystal City. For operational support of that small limited service library I mentioned, again, 5 years of monetary support for that, which totals $1.25 million. Another $75,000 for $150,000 total towards public art. Transportation infrastructure, this is a major objective of the sector plan and to make this site work, and as well to improve that Route 1 and 20th Street intersections. We're getting new signalization, new alignment, intersection improvements at Richmond Highway and 20th Street. And again, we're also getting construction and easement of not only the ultimate segment of Clark Bell, but as well as the interim connection to connect to the existing Clark Street to the south. Lastly, construction and public access to the underground segment, which is being replaced. And so these are the site plan improvements that come with just doing the base density for the site plan. So we're also getting new pavement, curb and gutter, sidewalks, street trees and streetscape, the $3.36 million base affordable housing contribution that I mentioned, public art contribution, utility undergrounding fund contribution. We commit to a transportation or TDM management program. And lastly, installation of the in-building wireless network for emergency responders. So we had a lengthy community engagement process for this that began back in July of 2020. We essentially had 3 LRPC engagements, 1 online engagement, 2 virtual meetings. We did the same thing for SPRC, 1 online engagement and 2 virtual meetings with participation from all 3 civic associations down in 22202, as well as the CCCRC. We had a joint LRPC and SPRC wrap-up meeting in April, and then we headed to our commissions. So this was heard by the Parks and Recreation Commission on the 27th of April. Just as an informational item, however, they did provide a letter in support of the project. Transportation Commission, we heard a unanimous vote in approval of the county manager's recommendation, again, 9-0. Planning Commission, again, also unanimous vote to approve per the county manager's recommendation of 11-0. And then at the Housing Commission, we got a vote in support 9-3 to approve the project. So overall, our recommendation is to approve all of these items. We believe that these are consistent with the zoning ordinance and the general land use plan, advances several key objectives of the sector plan that I've listed here on the screen. And then lastly, that PDSP proposal we really feel is a holistic, well-balanced package that directly supports those goals and objectives that are tied to the Crystal City sector plan. And that concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson, and the team of staff who worked on this. We will now, there seems to be quite a bit of support. You mentioned it, and we will hear from our applicant and our commissions. I will preface just briefly by suggesting that where there is such consensus, certainly share all that you need to share, but brevity can help us too. So the next item is the next piece of this presentation goes over to the applicant, which is JBG Smith, and I'm not sure who for the applicant or council will be presenting on your behalf.
Thanks, Matt. I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Catherine Hennigan. I'm with JBG Smith, and I'm getting ready to share my screen. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see the presentation that I have up. Members of the Arlington County Board, thank you for having us this morning to discuss our application for 2000 and 2001 South Bell Street. My name is Catherine Hennigan, as I mentioned, and I'm a member of the development team here at JBG Smith.
We see the presentation.
Okay.
Now we're on to slide 2, I think. There's a little.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Slide 2 doesn't want to show up, but it was just our table of contents, so not a big deal. But this morning we're going to be providing an overview of our project, starting with the existing conditions. So to help orient everyone, the subject site is located in the heart of Crystal City on Block M, adjacent to the intersection of Route 1 and 20th Street, and it's highlighted in blue on this slide. Taking a closer look, the site is bounded by Route 1 to the west and 20th Street to the north. It's currently improved with 2001 Richmond Highway, a vacant office building that will be demolished, along with the adjacent surface parking lot as part of this project. So getting into our proposal, our project proposal is for 2 multifamily towers, 2000 and 2001 South Bell Street, over ground floor retail and a shared garage. There will be about 700,000 residential square feet divided between the 2 towers. 338 units are proposed at 2000 South Bell and 420 units are proposed at 2001 South Bell. The towers will sit above about 22,000 square feet of retail. 1 garage will serve both buildings, which will have 302 parking spaces total, with 247 dedicated to residential, 45 to retail, and 10 to visitor parking. Getting into the site plan, here we can see the site plan of both multifamily towers. 2000 South Bell is the western tower, which will front Route 1, and 2001 South Bell is on the eastern side of the site, and a pedestrian connection will separate it from 220 20th Street. With this project, we're also installing a portion of Clark Bell Street as called for in the sector plan, and Bell Street will be continuing south along 20th Street to meet Clark Street, which will help break down the size of this block as well as provide greater connectivity. Loading for both buildings is denoted in red, retail entries are shown in blue along 20th Street, and residential entries are marked in orange off of South Bell Street. Parking is shown in green, and the parking entry to the garage serves both buildings and is located adjacent to the loading for 2001 South Bell. A retail elevator serving the garage and the underground is shown in purple. We've also proposed a street-level pedestrian connection, as I mentioned, shown here highlighted in green, to the east of 2001 to increase porosity and mobility to the block and to connect to the existing plaza adjacent to 220 20th Street. In this aerial view looking south, we can see how the buildings will fit into the Crystal City skyline, with 2001 South Bell on the left with its signature green brick, and 2000 South Bell on the right, featuring an oscillating ribboned facade. Here are some renderings of 2000 South Bell at the ground plane, characterized by a 4-story cantilever along South Bell Street and a 1-story podium. Stepping away from,
I think we're seeing slide 8. It's not a crisis, but I think there we go. I don't know if you were seeing. Now we're on slide 10. So just wanted to keep us coordinated there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm sorry, I'm having some internet trouble this morning.
No problem.
I'm going to stop sharing and have another member of our team share the presentation, but I'll keep narrating as we go along.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
There we are.
Great. Thanks, Hunter. So not sure if you guys got to see this slide, but quick recap. This is 2000 South Bell at the ground plane. So we can see the 4-story cantilever along South Bell Street, as well as the 1-story podium. And stepping away for a more holistic view of 2000 South Bell, the architecture is characterized by an articulated glass and metal panel facade that steps down to the single-story podium along 20th Street. The overall form of the building and the facade design highlights the tower's height, as well as its prominent position as a landmark along the highway. Sorry, I'm not able to see.
We're at slide 12 is what
Okay, perfect.
we're seeing. Yep.
So the facade for 2001 South Bell will be made of a distinctive green brick with copper accents that will add visual interest and color to the block. Toward the main portion of the tower mass, the design begins to introduce a white masonry accent grid on the facade to differentiate the tower mass from the podium and accentuate the tower's verticality on its prime corner. As called for in the Crystal City Sector Plan, the design for 2001 South Bell incorporates an architectural feature, which is shown on this slide. The feature is defined by the distinctive green brick corner that separates itself from the main building mass with cantilevered corners and an elongated light-filled cornice. As part of the SPRC process, we tested a series of alternate designs for this corner based on public feedback. However, we decided to move forward with the original design as we believe it best achieves the goal of an architectural feature on this portion of the site, with clean lines, strong angles, and distinctive coloration. So moving into the underground, with this project, we are also maintaining the existing underground connection from the 20th Street Tunnel to the Crystal City Shops. Due to design and grade constraints associated with the construction of 2001 South Bell and our new garage, we will be rerouting the existing underground corridor from its current form, highlighted in green, to a different configuration highlighted in blue. This new configuration will be completely below grade and will span 2 levels in the parking garage. The new route will also include an additional elevator access point midway through the tunnel, allowing for travel between garage levels and to the new street level pedestrian pathway. While the pathways differ in route and elevation change, both achieve the main goal of preserving a connection between Metro and the Crystal City Shops. So on the next slide, throughout LRPC, SPRC, and separate community meetings, we've tested numerous configurations of the connection and have been adjusting per staff and community feedback. Our initial application, which is shown at the top of the slide, contemplated rebuilding only a section of the underground tunnel in our new garage, while creating an exterior connection through the new open space to access the Crystal Plaza shops. We received significant public comment and feedback to ensure the connection remained fully underground and revised our proposal design in order to be able to accommodate that request. The renderings shown on the bottom of the slide show an iteration of what we proposed in preliminary SPRCs, featuring a fully underground connection that was still open to the garage. After discussing more through the SPRC process, there was a strong desire to fully enclose and temperature control the connection, which we were able to include as part of our final application. So if we go to the next slide, we can see the fully enclosed temperature controlled design, and this was the final evolution of our plans for the underground connection. We incorporated glass walls to separate the tunnel mechanically from the new garage, while not obstructing views of the corridor, which we believe helps to prevent a claustrophobic feel. And we also committed to providing ceiling treatments, wall art, lighting consistent with the current underground, wayfinding, and windows and fire doors to address visibility concerns. The walkthrough renderings that you can see on this slide illustrate what the connection will look and feel like. So on the next slide, we're showing the paths on G1 and G2 highlighted in red. And you can see how the pathway is restricted by our electrical vaults, bike rooms, and drive aisles, but ultimately creates a full connection from the exit of the shops to the 20th Street Tunnel. Exit of the Crystal City Shops to the 20th Street Tunnel. And in the bottom left, we can see a section view of the fully enclosed glazed corridor section. So moving on to the pedestrian connection. The pedestrian connection to the east of 2001 South Bell is another integral element of our proposal, which we believe will increase mobility and porosity across the block while infusing greenery into a predominantly hardscaped area. On this slide, we can see the existing conditions on the left, where there is a wall and a staircase, compared to what we are proposing, which we think will be an inviting and activated space. So moving on to the next slide, we just want to note that we're not proposing that the pedestrian connection take the place of the sector plan's open space 8, as Adam mentioned. This image from a staff report shows the intersection of the pedestrian connection and future open space 8. There's roughly 1,700 square feet of overlap, but we still maintain a total area of 15,000 square feet between the two spaces. The pedestrian connection will be provided in addition to and not in lieu of open space 8, which will be delivered with a future development of the block. So going to the next slide, we can see how the pedestrian connection will increase the walkability of adjacent blocks, helping to form a meander of open spaces that starts from the alley behind 1900 Crystal Drive, through open space 8 and the plaza, and down to dining in the park. And if we go to the next slide, we will be able to see the evolution of the pedestrian connections design. So the rendering at the top of the slide shows our initial design that we brought to LRPC, which was more linear in nature. And the second image is our initial SPRC design, which shows the introduction of more greenery and additional wooden seating elements. And after discussion and great feedback during the SPRC process, we revised the design to be less linear and to introduce more greenery and biophilic design elements in order to create a more inviting space. We also reoriented and expanded the ramp from the adjacent plaza to encourage the connection to be used as a means of access through the block, as well as for an area for members of the community and visitors to linger. One other note is we reduced the size of the landing stair on the right of the page to maintain appropriate clear widths based on community feedback. So if we flip to the next slide, we can see some additional renderings that show the proposed look and feel of the pathway, as well as the catenary lighting that we're proposing to brighten up the space and add visual interest. So switching gears to our transportation summary, here we can see the garage and bike parking statistics. So the shared garage for the project is made up of 2 below grade levels of parking. And looking at the project as a whole, we've reached a 0.325 parking ratio on the residential parking front, and we are also satisfying Arlington County's bike parking requirement. On the next slide, we can see our proposed remaining parking on the block with the addition of our new garage, which will feature 247 dedicated resi spaces, 45 retail spaces, and 10 visitor spaces. If we go to the next slide, we are showing our pickup and drop-off recommendations that we made to staff, where we're proposing to have 1 location for both towers with a double-length space along 20th Street on the northern portion of this project. And switching gears into streetscape updates. At the outset of this project, we worked with Arlington County staff to understand how the guidance from the sector plan with regard to how new roadways should be implemented in our site plan to accommodate the near and future anticipated transit facilities. As Adam mentioned, this has been an evolving process throughout the review of this site plan. With this project, we're bringing new updated sidewalks with dedicated landscape strips and clear zones. We were able to achieve an 8-foot clear sidewalk and 5-foot landscaping strip on all streetscapes, as shown on the slide for the 20th Street and Route 1 sections. Switching to the next slide, Clark Bell Street is a main component of this project and the realignment of Clark Bell Street at the northern end of the block. And so here we can see our initial proposal on the left-hand portion of the slide, where our proposed right-of-way was 72 feet. Throughout the site plan review process, we have expanded Clark Bell's right-of-way from 72 feet to 76.5 feet in order to accommodate dual direction protected bike facilities while still preserving 14-foot streetscapes and 8-foot clear sidewalks on both sides of the street. While we understand the sector plan calls for an 80-foot right-of-way, we feel the current plan is responding to both staff and community feedback on the types of required facilities within the new roadway and also balances the other requirements placed on the site plan. So switching into sustainability, the sustainability commitments for this project include LEED Gold, which is a step up from the PDSP standard of LEED Silver, installing bird glass consistent with the requirements outlined in the new Arlington County Green Building Incentive Policy, 12% energy reduction above ASHRAE, as well as conducting a carbon neutral study to inform green building staff on costs pertaining to net zero designs. And if we move to the next slide, we can see a snapshot of our LEED scorecard for the 2 towers, which is achieving gold status. Switching into PDSP community benefits, as a quick recap, we're committing to the community benefits package for this project through the final site plan and an amendment to the existing Crystal City PDSP, which was approved in March 2020. As a reminder, the PDSP allowed for the creation of a holistic benefits package, which was tied to bonus density for 2300 Crystal Drive, 223 23rd Street, 1900, and 101 12th. And getting into our proposed key benefits for 2000 and 2001 Bell specifically. Hunter, if you switch, I think 2 more slides. As outlined in the PDSP approved last spring, we will be providing funding to support operations of the community space to be located in 1901 South Bell. For open space, we will design, install, and provide an easement for the pedestrian connection adjacent to 2001 South Bell. We will also be making an $81,000 contribution for open space improvements in Crystal City. Regarding infrastructure, we'll be designing, installing, and recording an easement for the first phase of the realignment of Clark Bell Street. We're also working with county staff on the future realignment of the Route 1 and 20th Street intersection consistent with sector plan goals. As previously communicated, we will provide an improved underground connection as well as formally document the public ability to access this connection through the site plan conditions. Sustainability-wise, we're committed to LEED Gold, 12% energy reduction over ASHRAE, the installation of bird glass, and will continue to work with staff to refine net zero carbon analysis that was previously submitted. Regarding affordable housing, we're committed to providing 4 2-bedroom units and 3 1-bedroom units for a total of 7 units at River House. We will also be making a contribution for the base density contained in the application consistent with zoning requirements. And lastly, we have agreed to double the standard contribution for public art associated with this project. So switching gears to a summary of our review process to date, from the LRPC and SPRC meetings to meeting with the Parks and Recreation Commission, Transportation Commission, Planning Commission, and Housing Commission. We received unanimous approval from Transportation and Planning Commissions and support for the application from Parks and Recreation and Housing Commissions. This concludes our overview of 2000 and 2001 South Bell Street. I apologize for all the technical difficulties, but appreciate everyone bearing with us, and we look forward to any questions and comments that the board may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hennigan. That actually probably doesn't rise to the level of significant technical difficulties based on what we've all seen over the past year. So don't worry, appreciate the presentation. We will go next to our advisory groups, starting with our Planning Commission. I believe Ms. Guerin is here. Are you there, Ms. Guerin?
Yes, I am. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to represent the Planning Commission. As you know, the Planning Commission unanimously supported the county manager recommendations, and we noted the public comments and the participating commission comments regarding changes and improvements made throughout the SPRC process. We feel like this was an example of how the SPRC is meant to work. We had excellent staff, a responsive and engaged developer, and community all working together to shape the final product. The issues that were not fully addressed by the time we heard this at our hearing, but about which we still feel comfortable going forward, were those of the protected bike lanes. And I think you see in the staff report that Ms. Gabor and others feel comfortable they're working on this. The issue of pickup and drop off and curb loading, and this is everywhere in Crystal City right now. We want to make sure those are proximate to entrances. And with regard to the protected bike lanes, how do we enforce the no stopping and blocking the bike lanes? So this is not specific to this project. And in addition, the issue of the construction issues. One member of the community spoke at our public hearing. We feel comfortable, excuse me, with Mr. Vaughn's address of that issue at our meeting, that there'll be monthly updates from the developer to the community, just as we typically have. The only area about which the PC is concerned is that of the architectural feature in the sector plans. And I know you've heard this before, but the Crystal City sector plan calls for landmark architectural features at signature sites that establish a distinct identity of place, mark gateways, mark points of interest, and that contribute to the architectural character of the area. There are, depending on who's counting, between 17 and 19 of these in Crystal City. We've addressed perhaps 4 or 6, so there's a lot more coming. We on PC are not sure that we have enough skill, enough guidance to make that determination right now. So we are asking you respectfully, there's a sense from us that we would love staff to give us a little more guidance going forward on these in the future. But otherwise, this was an excellent proposal. The community ended up being happy. We're really excited and grateful for everyone for working so well together. And I'm happy to have another JBG facilitated project that seems to satisfy a lot of our goals and move us closer to our vision.
Thank you very much, Ms. Guerin, for your comments and for your continued leadership and work on the Planning Commission. We may have questions for you regarding your respectful request and other issues. If you'd stay with us, that'd be great. We'll go to our other commissions first.
Thank you.
Next, we have our C2E2 commission, our climate change environment. I'm going to miss the
energy.
I'm still used to E2C2, but C2E2, and our chair, Ms. McIntyre, please join us.
Great, thanks. I'm Joan McIntyre, chair of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. I'd take a little bit of a different tone on our assessment of this project. While we'll commend the applicant for committing to LEED Gold, inclusion of bird-friendly gas, its 3.2 parking ratio, and willingness to conduct a zero carbon analysis, C2E2 assesses that the Crystal Plaza 1 project does not sufficiently advance Arlington County's community energy plan goals for carbon neutrality. And we've raised this issue throughout the SPRC process. To achieve the county's carbon neutrality goal, all buildings going forward need to be highly efficient, all electric, and powered by renewable energy sources, or a minimum of being zero carbon ready. This project falls short on each of these essential categories, even though the zero carbon analysis indicates that meeting these goals is feasible. We urge the county to continue to work with the developer to incorporate the recommendations of zero carbon analysis. On energy efficiency, the applicant has committed to a mere 12% improvement over ASHRAE baseline. The zero carbon analysis, however, indicates that a 40% and 28% energy savings can be achieved for the east and west towers respectively through improvements in the building and envelope and energy efficient mechanical systems. Furthermore, the applicant has proposed using natural gas for its HVAC and centralized hot water systems, although again, the zero carbon analysis indicates that all electric options are viable for both. All electric buildings are essential for achieving the county's climate goals and carbon neutrality. As the electric grid shifts to 100% renewable energy sources, all electric buildings in Arlington will be operationally carbon neutral, while buildings still using fossil fuels will not. All electric buildings also improve public health and safety by eliminating a major source of indoor air pollution and a risk of fire and explosion. We urge the county staff and developers to continue to explore the potential for installing electric HVAC and hot water systems as part of the current design, or at a minimum to build in the infrastructure to facilitate future transition. Again, we've heard no indications that they have any plans to do so. The zero carbon analysis explored the installation of solar PV in the roof of the building, which we commend. We recognize, though, that the space available is small and on-site solar would only account for about 0.5% of expected electricity consumption. We do urge the applicant to pursue the purchase of off-site renewable energy through a VPPA or other mechanisms to meet further electricity use with renewable energy. We also recommend the applicant consider battery storage and smart technologies to manage the electric load consumption of the building to reduce peak consumption. Finally, the applicant is proposing only 7 EV parking spaces out of 247, or 19% to be EV ready. We asked the county to urge them to make 50% of all spaces EV ready, which would be conduits in place to meet future demand for the full transition to electric vehicles and avoid need for much more expensive retrofitting later. The applicant could consider smart charging technologies to maximize the number of vehicles they can be charged while reducing demands on the electrical capacity of the site. The world is facing a catastrophic climate crisis, and the recent EPA report reaffirms that we are already feeling the impact of higher temperatures, more intense storms, and more frequent wildfires. Immediate action by individuals, governments, and businesses is essential to avoid the worst consequences, and all future development needs to align to these goals. I urge the county to ask the applicant to adopt the recommendations of its own zero carbon analysis and move into the forefront by offering a climate-friendly building with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre, Chair of our Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. Very much appreciate your comments and your framing of the important issues we face on climate as a whole. We do have one, if you'd stay with us, we may have questions. We may not, but we may have questions. We have one additional commission that I believe Mr. Gregory is here. Colt Gregory is here on behalf of the Parks and Rec Commission. Are you there, Mr. Gregory?
I'm here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Parks and Rec Commission participated through the LRPC, the SPRC, the Planning Commission. We went through the whole gauntlet on this project, and I'd have to, it's my first time through the entire process. So I wanted to say that I thought that the staff, the applicant, the commissions really worked together. They improved, the process was good. And I think as a result of community working together, the commissions working together, it's not perfect, but we came a long way. So we liked the ideas of the enclosed underground, keeping the walkway through the underground, separating it from the garage, letting people walk all the way through. We liked going from LEED silver to LEED gold. LEED gold should probably be our new standard. We should keep that. And we like the inclusion of the bird-friendly glass and the bird-friendly materials, which leads us to some bird-friendly space and people-friendly space. When you take a look at the pedestrian plaza, which I think is really misnamed, if we would have thought of it as sort of a linear park from the very beginning, instead of a hardscape throughway, the design might have come along faster. But it really did come along. And the improvements in that space, it's much more green, much more attractive. People can linger there. It's a much nicer space. And what's important about that is that we can do good design in limited space areas if we really think about it. And now let's connect that up with the opportunity for new Park Space 8, which is right next to it. So now we have almost 15,000 square feet that we can put together in Crystal City, which is very space constrained. So let's see if we can't take that pedestrian walkway, that nice design, let's link that up to a future Park 8, and let's link that to Crystal Drive, and now we've got some nice walkway all the way through. So we appreciate the process, and we appreciate what's going to come down in the future, and we look for that opportunity to work with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory, for your comments and your reflections on the process. Glad to hear that the first time through, you've seen some good things. So we have, I don't know that we'll have questions, but we may, if you would stay with us, we'd appreciate it. And now we will turn to the Madam Clerk for public speakers on this item. Do we have any public speakers on item 30?
Yes, we do. Okay, our first speaker is Bernard Byrne, followed by Krista All.
Mr. Byrne.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. This project, although it has improved considerably in terms of biophilia since the beginning, still does not really reach anything that approaches good biophilic design. You don't see anything on the roof, no green roof. You don't see anything on the sides of the building, like plants hanging from the buildings or balconies or whatever. Those are the basic things of biophilia that you need. This one just doesn't have it. It was never considered, and that's kind of was the way they started. It's very hard to put that in. So that's the big thing. But I want to focus now on that pedestrian pathway. This did start out, as the applicant said, with a quite brutalist thing, design. Well, they did make some improvement to it, but they still left a very wide, impervious surface in the middle of that. You need to go to their slide 24 to really appreciate this. It's still a very wide thing, batch of impermeable surface. It really should be narrowed. I also want you to focus on this particular thing. The reason I'm here is at the wooden platform that's at the far end of the pedestrian pathway. That's at the base of the stairs that will connect to the new park, whatever, open space 8, or whatever that will be. That wooden platform was originally made. It was quite wide, and it really was. So during the site plan review committee meeting, there was I and several other people said, reduce the size and put more plantings there. Well, if you look at their final site plan thing designed for that, which is on that slide 24, you'll see that it's still a very wide platform. It's wooden. There's no reason to be that wide. I'm not sure why the staircase is that wide. Again, it's much too wide for, this is not going to be that heavily used. So people aren't going to be playing ball on that on those stairs. So I would like to focus on reducing this, adding more green space to what is now occupied by that wooden structure at the base of the staircase at the back of the pedestrian pathway. So please focus on that. Look at slide 24 and see if we can get them to reduce it. The other thing I would like to say is further landscaping. They haven't gotten a detailed landscape plan yet, but it's important that they follow the Arlington County Monarch Pledge and put milkweed in there. Many of these plans, landscape architects don't think about milkweed. They don't even, it doesn't occur to them. They just say, okay, pollinator plants. We really need milkweed. That's what Monarch Pledge is all about. Also, they should consult with the Department of Parks and Recreation's Alonzo Abogados as their chief naturalist, and he has a very good idea of what the best pollinator plants are. Otherwise, we end up with something it's called pollinator plants, and the architects say, oh, it's a nice palette, but it's not what we really need. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Next and final speaker is Krista All.
Mr. All.
Good morning, everyone. Krista All, CCCRC. Let me make it clear up front that I do not plan to say anything intended to make you hesitate about approving the application before you. In the context of Crystal City's transformation under its sector plan, this is in most respects a proposal of high quality, which will contribute to the attractiveness of our area. But as one of the first major projects, it still offers us some insights and lessons, which I would not want to miss the opportunity to share with you. Over the years, the community has sometimes found it to be a frustrating asymmetry that the county, that the sector plan is often used as a basis for approving requests which do not appear permitted under the plan, while on other occasions is used as a reason for denying something that seems quite in accordance with the sector plan. As an example of the first kind of situation, it has been mentioned here already about the build to line on South Bell Street, where we started out with something way below the sector plan guidelines, and that is only after much discussion and a compromise, still below the guidelines, that we now have sufficient accommodation for bike lanes in both directions. We are aware that this does not by definition constitute a legal precedent, as the 80 feet is in the form of guideline or recommendation. And we trust the applicant's intentions for the future. But we must now also rely on you, the board, to ensure that it does not become a de facto precedent. The opposite situation involves open space. Your predecessors at the time found that the sector plan's aggregate provision for open space was clearly inadequate. But rather than insisting that specific spaces be enlarged, they introduced a general exhortation that for every site plan, every effort be made to obtain more open space than is formally required. But every time the community has brought this up for a specific project, including the current one, it has fallen on deaf ears. Here there has been a reference to a pedestrian plaza or passageway that somehow should be added. But it goes without saying that even required open space is embedded in the property of the developer, they need to provide access for it, for which the county should not need to pay for an easement. But having said that, with 6 residential towers now in the pipeline for 2 adjacent blocks, it really underscores the urgency of providing adequate and timely CIP funding for the much touted Center Park. Amazingly, it completely lacks county funding so far, and now construction has already started on 2 huge towers in that very block. The same urgency applies to the Metro Market Square, where planning and design now is underway for the second metro entrance, making this multi-purpose space soon the epicenter in our transportation node. So the now emerging CRP must reflect that. Briefly on the issue of the disrupted underground connection, I believe the applicant has clearly met its obligations under the sector plan to provide an acceptable alternative. Finally, while the applicant was indeed striving to react to concerns and improve its proposal during the process, it's still puzzling to me that some SPRC members lauded the process so much, especially in light of the ambitions to have fewer, shorter, and more efficient meetings. There is, of course, something to be said for the notion that all is well that ends well. But there is also something to the reality that the closer to the mark the community finds the initial proposal is on the key points, the easier the process is likely to be. Also, last summer, when the initial proposals for the block and site plans were made public, this entailed the sudden posting of an absolutely massive and complex document with a very short window for public feedback. It's not clear to me who was rushing whom. But if we want to take advantage of the virtual meetings to get more people involved, such approaches will probably serve more to discourage than encourage any newcomers with limited experience of issues and processes. They need your support. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. All. That is the last public speaker on this item. So with that, the discussion is now with the board. And I know we have had a couple of different comments via letter, and I suspect there'll be discussion of the sustainability piece, but I think we've had a process that has resulted in quite a bit of support with a project that changed quite a bit from the beginning to where we are now. So with that sense, I'll open to entertain motions with respect to this item, and then we will have discussion after that.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to make a motion and then we'll have some discussion. So I would like to, for item 30 concerning rezoning the Crystal City Block Plan, Site Plan, and Site Plan Amendment for the Crystal City Plaza 1 at 2001 South Clark Street, I move the manager's recommendation for 4 ordinances and 1 resolution as in the board report dated May 11. And our attorney says that'll do it.
Great. We have a motion and a second. And then, so Ms. Garvey, did you want to start us off with speaking a little bit to the motion and or any questions, and then we'll keep going?
Yeah, I'll talk a little to the motion. I will have some questions, but I think I'll just talk a little bit to the motion and then pass it on to my colleagues, because I assume you'll go in sort of buckets of areas. So sort of in no particular order. I mean, I just think to begin with, it's a nice design, and it's as not Crystal City beige, which I think Mr. Dorsey is a term he coined some years ago. I like the design. I like the color green. I think it's nice. It's a nice change. I think this building, as has been pointed out multiple times, achieves many of our goals and visions for the area, including, I think, really important street improvements for the transportation network. That doesn't get highlighted as much, but those are very expensive changes to make, and they really will make it a lot better. And of course, the much improved pedestrian walkway. It was nice to see Mr. Gregory. We go back to PTA days many, many years ago. But I was really struck on slide 13 of our staff, how much improved that was, which was, I think, is just a visual indication of the work that was done with the community and getting the feedback and improving the design, working with the community, which is great. It's good it's LEED gold and not LEED silver. I'm pleased with the bird-friendly glass. I think, we may talk about trying to go further. I think there's probably a question about how far we can go now, but those are good steps. And of course, the affordable housing. So there's some other things too, but I think that just kind of sums it up, just speaking a little bit why I'm pleased to make the motion. And again, I will have some questions later as we kind of get into different areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. So colleagues, open to questions. I will start with Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Garvey, for offering the option, the motion. Based on the overwhelming support that this process has received and the building and how the building is accepted, I'm also inclined to support the motion. However, I have a few questions. And I actually didn't want to start with the sustainability issue. I have a different issue that I care a lot about, and I wanted to ask the applicant about that. So there are a lot of site plans. This is a PDSP after all coming up. We have had a robust conversation here in Arlington on how important decent labor agreements, project agreements are. So I would like to ask the applicant what the status there. How is JBG Smith approaching labor agreements, making sure that we don't have issues like wage theft, this murky subcontractor environment, that we have, decent, safe construction that produces good jobs, that, we have apprenticeships, and we have, safety on the workplace, and good working conditions, like we have them with Amazon and other projects. So I would like to hear from the applicant where they stand on this and what's the current status.
Thank you. Ms. Hennigan, or a member of the JBG team, or council?
This is Robert Vaughn. I'm with the development group of JBG Smith. To address the question, as a starting point, we only work with the most sophisticated and, by the nature of the size of the project, some of the most robust contractors within the broader DMV. And they themselves, as a starting point, bring a extremely focused approach to items like safety and wage theft, given that they not only do work for the private development community, but also do work for the government, held to GSA standards. And I think in working in partnership with those large contractors, we're able to combat many of the items that you just addressed, and really make sure that we are bringing high quality jobs, good paying jobs, and making sure that these projects are built in a very safe manner.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Well, there is concern, though, and that includes some of your contractor choices as well. So, for example, you use Power Design Incorporated, which is a Florida-based company for electrical, many sites. I believe the majority of your construction sites. So this company just settled for north of $2 million. In DC with serious wage theft issues. So I really want to. This is not the place to discuss that in an extensive manner, but I do believe that, and I hope my board colleagues will agree, we pay a lot of attention to this. This is our entire community pays a lot of attention to this. This is really important, and we very much hope that, based on the overall volume and the value of construction that JBG is managing right now and bringing before us, it's really a good investment to invest in good, solid, project labor agreements.
Completely understand. Appreciate you bringing up the point. We will work with our internal team to make sure that our policies that we're putting forth and enforcing to our contractors are combating these issues.
Thank you. I don't want to monopolize. If we want to have a second round, I will.
Sure.
Take the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for raising that issue, and it's an important one. And I would respectfully submit that sophistication does not mean the level of integrity that we would hope with respect to contractors and subs in some cases, but do appreciate the applicant's response and second response as well. I'll send it to Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. And I also appreciate Mr. Karantonis bringing this up, and Mr. Vaughn with the departure from JBG of one of your colleagues. I know I look forward to joining Mr. Karantonis in increasingly bringing this to your attention and trying to get these issues resolved, because unfortunately they are persistent. I think they are endemic to the environment here in Northern Virginia, and so require not just sort of a passive statement of intent, but active monitoring, which is something we've seen Amazon really, pardon the pun, break ground on with the partnership with SkillSmart, doing active validation of workers on site. It's something we are looking forward to increasingly doing now that we've been given the authority by the state to do it as a locality on our own projects. And so I think, I look at it constructively. There's a lot of opportunity for us to share lessons learned and partners. and partner together on creating an environment where, certainly above all, the law is followed and workers are accurately classified and receive the wages necessary, in addition to other conditions. So I appreciate Mr. Karantonis for bringing that up. Just to initiate the sustainability conversation, although I know my colleagues have thought even more deeply about this than I have, one of the really specific things that I thought was interesting that E2C2 had noted, both in writing to us and then in the Chair McIntyre's comments today, was this notion about an electric HVAC and a hot water system. My understanding is that those types of systems are big drivers of energy use within a building, certainly buildings of this size. And so I was interested in hearing more from the applicant about why you've ruled out electric HVAC and hot water systems as feasible at the point of construction. Thank you.
I think Ms. Hennigan, I'm not sure, or Mr. Vaughn, go ahead.
Yeah, I can respond to that one as well. We have been exploring electric HVAC and centralized hot water systems. Those are not technologies, from our understanding, that are used in this area, or even, I would say, broadly within the United States. I would say it's a technology that is very much at its infancy. Currently, you would have, two main mechanical systems that would be used for high-rise residential, and that you would have one a VRF system, and then the other one would be a centralized hot water system. So we have moved forward with a centralized hot water. We made that as a portfolio decision, and that all of the projects that we are bringing forward for high-rise residential are based on central hot water plants, which may turn out to be a good decision, especially given that the classification of refrigerants used in VRF systems is being proposed, I think, in legislation just released by the Biden administration to be phased out over the next series of years. That we always believed that using water as the primary source of heat transfer would result in long-term environmental benefits, given a lot of the consequences of both the manufacture and disposal of refrigerants over the life of a project. Given the fact that the technology, from our understanding, is very much in its infancy, it is not, it is cost prohibitive in order to incorporate it into these projects at the time. We are exploring with designers who work out of market and specifically internationally on how that technology might be integrated into future projects.
Thank you. Thank you for that insight. That sounds like something worth monitoring, not only on your end, but ours as well, maybe our Green Building Choice Program. Our Green Building Incentive Program staff, not to be confused with Green Home Choice Program. Staff can help monitor where the market is headed as well, along with you all. So thank you for the insight, Mr. Vaughn. I'm good on questions on that area, and I know colleagues have others.
Sure, thank you, Ms. Crystal. Ms. Garvey, you may be on the green, the sustainability. Go for it then. Oh, Ms. Garvey is frozen. Oh, there you are.
I am. I think I'm back now. Can you hear me?
Good. Yep.
Turned off my camera. That might help a little bit. Yeah, I'd like to just pursue this a little bit. And I think there are questions, again, mostly for the applicant. I mean, I appreciate Mr. Vaughn talking about how, you're looking at what's happening elsewhere. Could you talk a little bit more, Mr. Vaughn, about electric ready? In other words, you're not there yet, but is the building going to be set so if you can move to all electric and that becomes, efficient and cost effective to do, that the building will be ready without a major retrofitting? So I'm kind of wondering about that. And while you're at it, one other question, if I might. So it's electric ready. And then the other one is something I've heard about, and I need to just find out more about, is are windows that provide solar energy, that windows that are in effect solar panels. And I know they exist. I assume they are also in their infancy, but I would assume they might be coming along pretty quickly. And anything you know about windows that can be providing solar energy as well as being windows would be helpful for me to know about too. I hope that's okay. Two kind of large questions, sort of general, but just wondering where we're at in those areas.
Yeah, no, very much appreciate the question. It's a little bit difficult to project on where the technology for items like a centralized electric hot water heater might go. So we have been looking at that, and I would say, to address another question that I anticipate that we will get regarding the amount of EV chargers that we currently have, and that it is all inextricably linked, and that you are dealing with a finite amount of electrical capacity, which is really dictated by the overall transformer vault and specific transformers that you have, as well as by the building switchgear. So we have positioned the building to try and maintain flexibility moving forward, and thinking about allocating towards either future electrification of the building by swapping out that piece of equipment from a gas-fired boiler to an electric boiler to the extent the technology does sufficiently advance and get there, while also providing flexibility to potentially increase the amount of EV chargers that we can provide if the market dictates the fact that people will start charging their cars within a multifamily building. I still think that there is a tremendous amount of debate on how that will unfold itself. But yes, we have had active conversations with our design team about how do we position the building to be flexible enough from an electric standpoint and electric infrastructure standpoint in order to incorporate new technologies to the extent they advance sufficiently.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think these are things, and it's moving so quickly that it could be by the time you're building that, if you can build in that flexibility, by the time you're actually doing construction, you may be able to make some changes. And then one more quick comment. I am very hopeful that as Amazon tries to move forward with its building and it kind of keeps pushing the envelope, they will do a lot of kind of pilot work and help develop some of these technologies that we can use in other buildings. So thank you. I've got other questions on other areas, but I'll pass it on for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I think this question is probably for Mr. Watson on sustainability. We had a comment from Mr. Gregory. We have worked on our green building program in the last year. My understanding is that when this Pentagon, these three projects, I believe, three sites went together, the standard for our green building program was still at the silver level. And we have since increased it. But my impression, and I want to just check this, is that even as I would like to go more than the gold that this project is, that there is an element to which when the application is approved, that would be the timing for when the initial standards for the incentive program applies. Therefore, the silver would be what applies from a strict rules standpoint, but the gold we're glad to see going forward. Do I have that big picture kind of correct with respect to our program?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chair. Yeah, when the PDSP was approved last year, the applicant made a commitment for all their projects to be a minimum of LEED Silver, which at the time was the minimum if you're going to participate in a voluntary green building bonus density incentive program. LEED Silver was the starting point for that. The applicant is improving that to LEED Gold. This final site plan for this project is actually still grandfathered under the old policy, but we think it's great that they have committed to going to LEED Gold, which is now going forward the new baseline of the sort of the lowest level for bonus density for a project. Correct.
Great, thank you. And that answers your last point, answers Mr. Gregory's comment that we'd like to see LEED Gold on the regular basis. I guess this question is for the applicant, and then I'll yield. I think colleagues have questions on this as well, but can you give us a sense, the JBG team, of whether it's still possible as this building gets developed that we might move above 12% above ASHRAE to a higher standard that might get us closer? And I don't know. I'm very clear about the significant benefits of getting to LEED Gold at this stage, but didn't know if there were still stages left where we could get to an even more energy efficient building.
Yeah, to that question, it has come up through the SPRC process. We have been evaluating the energy model with our design team, and we can make a commitment to go to 15% over ASHRAE for both towers.
Great. Well, that is great to hear, and really appreciate it. And I know that colleagues will have additional questions, and I suppose if it's, you're continuing to talk and look and think about other steps beyond it. I don't know whether that will be those steps to get even more energy efficient would be applicable at this stage, but very grateful for the 15% commitment. Thanks very much for that. I don't know if other colleagues have questions on this area. If not, we can go to other questions or closing comments, if that's your preference. Ms. Garvey. I think you're on mute.
All right, thank you. If I'm not frozen, I'm on mute. I had a couple of quick questions. I think that the one just for staff, and it's on the issue of in-building wireless, which is listed there on the, what they're doing. Is in-building wireless now it's just an understood condition, a standard condition? I've been assuming it is, but is it something that we have to, I forget how the state code works on this. Is this something we have to specifically negotiate each time, Mr. Watson?
It has become something that has more or less been standard. I mean, it is I guess technically optional. However, the last 3 or 4 site plans that I have been involved with, I know the applicant has always agreed to commit to that in-building wireless for our emergency responders, just given the importance of that health and safety matter. So.
Thank you. Yeah, it's absolutely crucial. It's good for the reception for the folks inside. And I'll just ask you if ever they're not agreeing and it's an issue, please let me know, because I'll take it on from the dais if I have to. But hopefully it'll just be something everybody just naturally does. And then I guess maybe for Mr. Watson again, I'm not sure. Mr. Byrne comes and has a lot of issues, but I'm particularly sympathetic to the issue of the pollinator plants in our landscaping designs. I wonder if you want to talk about that a little bit. I'm assuming that we do kind of watch that and require it, because I think it is important. Mr. Watson, go ahead.
Absolutely. So these plans have been reviewed extensively by our urban design team, which has landscape architects on staff as well as the urban forester. And we certainly hear the comment and we understand the desire for having pollinators there. And, there will be, assuming the board approves this project, there will be a final landscape plan that is submitted. And we can work with the urban forester and with our landscape architects to try to make those planting choices where we can in the Plaza area to try to improve that further.
Yeah, that would be great. I just happened to be in my own neighborhood talking to one of our naturalists who lives in the neighborhood. I didn't know it. Talking about these pretty plants. He said, oh yes, they're pollinator plants and we pollinate, and they've been so many butterflies, and it really has been working. And it's kind of exciting to see just a small plot of plants in various ways really does help. So thank you. Thank you a lot. That does it for me on questions, I think, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. My final question for Mr. Watson is concerns the sort of in the walkway, it appears wooden deck size is a question, and my impression is that I wonder if you thought it certainly changed in the process, at least in the drawings that we saw, but I don't know if you have thoughts about the request to shrink the size of that, or whether you concluded that was necessary as part of the walkway. Did you have any thoughts about, there's sort of a platform in the back that I've been asked about, colleagues may have as well, in the course of today and also Open Door Mondays?
Absolutely, yeah. We talked about this through the process. The applicant did reduce the size of that platform. I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head how much it was reduced between our last SPRC meeting and the time we had that joint wrap-up meeting. But part of the sector plan's recommendations or objectives for this is to also have seating available, and I believe the applicant might be able to speak more to this. I think that they were envisioning that as also being a place to sort of gather, not hopefully blocking the steps, but also just a space for people to sit, in addition to going up the stairs to the existing plaza as well. So from a policy perspective, there was no, there's no conflict there whatsoever. But I might defer to the applicant to see if they wanted to talk a little bit more about how much they reduced it and why, and what the rationale is for keeping it there.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. I think maybe to you.
Yes, we did hear a comment about the platform, and I would say that we heard comments on both sides, and that there were some people who appreciated it as a visual element to help draw people down the linear park and up to the stairwell. We also do think that it might provide a nice informal respite to the extent that people do want to either gather and or sit on the steps. Following up on the comment that we received, we did reduce it by, I think, a foot or a foot and a half, both in order to increase the width of the clear sidewalk zone traveling continuing to the south, hopefully trying to address the concern that was brought up, while at the same time maintaining it as a design element to help connect this space to what will be future Open Space 8.
Great, thank you. And so I'll just try to squeeze in my closing comments on the project as a whole. We had a significant change. There's investment in open space and investment. The sustainability portion is strong. Perhaps we might all wish for perfection, but this is an important commitment. LEED Gold plus significant standards met. I also would just like to surface that between the on-site units and the nearby units and that are committed and the 3.3+ million, there's a commitment to housing affordability, but there's also a commitment to housing supply, and I think that has an important impact on our community as a whole, so that we don't see our housing prices move up too quickly, and we have enough supply to house everyone in Arlington and those who may wish to come in the future. I won't miss no disrespect, but the building currently is got a sort of a brutalism to it, and I won't miss that. I think the design is a significant improvement. So with that, I'll conclude. Over to Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some concluding comments. I don't want to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, or however it goes, or the other way around. Smooth process all the way around, and I think Mr. All hit the nail on the head. You pretty much get smooth processes when you have good faith engagement and a developer that comes in with a proposal that, to the extent that they can glean, aligns with what everyone wants. So credit to everyone for a good process. And I'll just note a few things which I find interesting. First, Ms. Garvey, you give me too much credit. I did not coin, and it wasn't Crystal City, it was Ballston Beige, and our good friend Terry Seary is the one who coined that, at least to my awareness. And if I were to continue his alliterative style, I would say that Crystal City tends to be cold, so cold crystal. And this one very much advances cold crystal to a new era, so I'm happy about that. I do want to note, we've had a great conversation about sustainability. This project, thankfully, did not do the bare minimum. They were entitled to do something significantly less. And even before the commitment to go 15% above ASHRAE for energy efficiency, it was still moving the ball forward from where it was required to be. And I think, what we had in terms of the sustainability conversation is so appropriate. C2E2, we want being at the forefront of pushing and encouraging everyone to do more, to bring even nascent technologies that could advance our climate goals to the table so that they can be considered in good faith. Then, as we evaluate what the developers are bringing to us, hopefully we are not just determining whether or not they've met the standards to receive the density bonus, but also whether their projects and plans are truly going to be accommodating future technologies that may emerge. And I don't just mean from the feasibility standard, because, quite frankly, everything's feasible technically, but I don't want to be in a position where we hear years down the road the conversation that Ms. Crystal elicited that, oh, we can't do that because we designed certain things too narrowly, and that won't work. So, let's make sure that to the greatest extent possible, we are allowing these buildings to be built so that it's not just future feasible, but future easy to do. In a future capacity. So that's it. Happy that good process, good building. Love the pedestrian area, which has improved so much. Can't wait to see it done.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a significant street. piece of the PDSP. I fully align with the comments on sustainability, but I wanted to add one thing. It is important that this time, on top of everything else, the applicant JBG has also studied the net zero option, and there are a lot of proposals there and measures and improvements. And I am looking forward in learning from this experience and from this study and applying that to the next buildings, maybe even to these buildings already. I do think that the requirements of sustainability are just are not only, this is not a political commitment of this board or of this community. This is really a climate emergency issue. The requirements on new buildings will be stronger. And if they're not stronger first here in Arlington, they will be first stronger somewhere else, as everybody can observe if you read the news. So it is critical also for our economic viability as we go forward to be able to produce buildings that are excellent and that are future proof, that are buildings that actually support us being a carbon neutral community before we get to 2050. This is already discussed right now. And I do think that this is technically feasible, and it doesn't need too much to be also technically and economically feasible. So the second thing that I wanted to say, I paid a lot of attention to the Housing Commission's comments on the amount of affordable housing and whether, for example, we get enough units. This is a small additional density, 2.2 FAR. And maybe this is a little bit inside baseball for most Arlingtonians when they see two towers coming up with something that doesn't really seem to be at first glance enough affordable housing contributions. I do believe that as this PDSP is developing, that it would be very beneficial at some point also for our staff to deliver a summary report or a rolling tally of what the benefits are. I think, for example, that this project is bringing us other benefits that are equally important, like on transportation. There are some significant investments there that I think that are really worth it. But nevertheless, I do think that in terms of accountability also, that's a good thing to tally the benefits of the PDSP as a whole as we go. Finally, I wanted to say that the key question that the Planning Commission brought up, the issue of what is really a architectural feature. These are buildings that I consider already, aesthetically significantly improved. But we have to imagine where they are and what the context, the urban context of these buildings is going to be. So I do believe that it is fair for the Planning Commission to ask and for us to instruct staff or to ask staff to give us more guidance, to propose more guidance about what an significant architecture really is, what are the features we should be looking at and what is the guidance and frame of requirements that we give to our developers on this. I do think that the buildings right now are sufficiently, they are sufficiently sophisticated in my opinion. I like personally I like the East Tower more than the West Tower, and unfortunately, the West Tower will be also very visible on Route 1, and be a part of a completely new facade on Richmond Highway, which I think is now beginning to materialize in front of our eyes, and it's a good moment to pay attention to aesthetics and urban quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Appreciate you mentioning that. We'll probably have a Planning Commission work session, and that may be a time to surface this. Ms. Crystal, I believe you're next.
Great, thank you so much. I'm pleased to support it. I think this arrived to us an excellent project, and I'm very mindful of Mr. All's excellent admonition that we should not praise things for being iterated throughout the process. It is just as good when a project arrives at SPRC or LRPC in excellent shape and full conformance with the sector plan as it is when it is iterated some number of times. So what I will praise instead is what Commissioner Guerin described, which is a real willingness to partner with the community, the Planning Commission, the SPRC members, to land on an excellent project. So for all the reasons that have been enumerated by others, I'm pleased to support it. A final note, just because I always want to make sure we don't miss the forest for the trees when it comes to climate change issues. I think that was a really helpful conversation about leaving open future possibilities. I certainly learned something about the nature of maybe still emergent technologies on electric driven systems. And it is not a reason to let anyone off the hook with regard to energy sustainability or minimizing energy use and sustainability of systems. But I will, however, note that probably, as I've said before, one of the most important things we can be doing as this board and this government and as this community is allowing for transit-oriented development and allowing for people to live close to job centers and not drive their cars long distances, because in our region, the lack of housing proximate to job centers and proximate to transit is absolutely one of the biggest drivers of the climate emergency, which I feel acutely as well. So again, not a reason not to let anyone, or not a reason to let anyone off the hook, but I don't think a LEED Gold building is letting anyone off the hook. And I think though there is room for improvement, this one makes these sets of buildings make good strides. The most important thing to note, though, is that we are talking about 758 apartments practically on top of a metro station, a quarter of a mile from the Virginia Railway Express station, which soon will be able to, we hope, bring people to jobs even further afoot, right? Maybe as far as Baltimore or Fredericksburg at off-peak service. It is also a set of buildings that are very aggressive in their parking ratios, so that people will not only have alternatives to driving, they will be actively discouraged from driving. And so I think that that is such an important piece of our sustainability strategies and our goals when it comes to meeting the exigencies of this climate emergency, and not to be entirely unremarked upon. So pleased to support it, and thank you to the applicant, to our staff, and especially to our commissioners and representatives of the Crystal City neighborhood for the good conversation this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I've turned off my camera because I'm having connection issues. I'll just be very quick. I think this is, it's a good project. I have a good point. It came in a good condition, and then it just got kind of refined in the process. And big thanks to everybody, staff, applicant, residents. I think it's really great. I find myself sort of remembering back. I think we've come a long way. When I first got on the board, we would spend a project like this. Sometimes we spent a long time talking about the colors of the brick. And sort of details that really, I think, weren't worthy of a board discussion at the board table. And now we're really talking about policy issues and looking forward, particularly on climate and energy change, and having a good exchange with folks. And so pleased to support it. Happy with the discussion today, and I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I will not focus on the color of the bricks involved. I will thank each of colleagues for helpful comments, and we'll call for a vote. We'll start with Ms. Garvey. The question is on the motion you laid out earlier.
Thank you. Aye.
Ms. Garvey votes aye. Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you to our commissions. Thank you to our staff. Thank you to the applicant for partnering with the community, and also the Crystal City leadership as well. We will move on next to our next item on the agenda. Madam Clerk, would you call the next item, please?
Yes, item 31 is the presentation of the 5-year Arlington Vision Zero Action Plan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll turn it over to the manager for presentation, I believe, from our Department of Environmental Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. You know, we have over the last year and a half or 2 years done an enormous amount of work on Vision Zero, and I think everybody applauds the concept of lowering traffic fatalities and accidents. But you know, there's a lot of details that go into that. So with the main presentation today is Christine Baker, who has lived, eaten and breathed this subject for the last year. And then we have Hui Huang here and Dan Neighbors, and Nate Graham and Dennis Leach in backup. So over to you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you very much. And thanks so much for having us today. We are very excited to be sharing our progress on the Vision Zero resolution. And again, thanks to Dennis Leach, our Transportation Division Director, Hui Wang, T&O Bureau Chief, Dan Neighbors, Assistant Bureau Chief, and Nate Graham, our Public Engagement Specialist, who are all joined here today to present this plan. So Vision Zero is a strategy to eliminate all transportation-related fatalities and severe injuries. And at the same time, we want to ensure safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all people. Arlington averages about 55 serious and 4 fatal crashes every year, and our target through Vision Zero is to get to 0 serious injuries or fatalities by 2030. We've always prioritized safety for all modes of transportation in Arlington, but by adopting Vision Zero, we're taking a different approach now to making our streets and trails safer. And that's by creating key safety target areas to focus on as our priority. So this 5-year plan commits to immediate and effective action to reduce severe injuries and crashes and bring us closer to those safe transportation goals. So today we'll cover how we develop this action plan. We'll go over the safety target areas and the action items that will guide our program. We'll talk about tracking and performance measures, how we'll report our progress, and we'll set expectations for implementation over the next 5 years. You, the County Board, adopted the Vision Zero resolution in summer of 2019 to create this action plan. And we have spent the past 1.5 years working with county staff, stakeholder groups, and the community to create this path forward to zero. Our external stakeholders group is comprised of over 25 community organizations. Representatives attended bi-monthly meetings and provided insights and feedback throughout that process. And we really want to thank everyone who played a role in this group, each of the members who provided letters of support for adoption of the action plan, especially that includes the Transportation Commission, the APS Superintendent, Arlington Families for Safe Streets, the Commission on Aging, the Lee Highway Alliance, the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Roslyn Bid, Parks and Recreation Commission, and the Bicycle Advisory Committee. So they all sent letters of support, and then you can also see the names of the folks who have been involved throughout this process. We've also had an interdepartmental stakeholders group. So that was comprised of 30 county staff from 9 different departments. And we met monthly, bringing in staff from different disciplines and perspectives to address transportation safety through those different lenses. And so with both these groups, the external stakeholders and the internal stakeholders, we will continue to meet once the plan is adopted and move forward with the implementation to keep those folks on board and keep that feedback and insight coming. And then in addition to our stakeholder groups, we hosted 3 phases of public engagement. And engagement focused on setting program goals early on in early 2020. Then we identified safety concerns with the community in the fall of last year. And then finally, we gathered feedback on the draft plan itself earlier in 2021. We heard from over 1,000 people throughout the process and used their feedback to steer the development of the plan. As I mentioned in phase 1, we used the goals of our master transportation plan to help shape the Vision Zero safety program goals, which were then vetted by the community. And these goals on the slide were the resulting final program goals. And that includes that our Vision Zero program be multimodal, put safety first on all projects, is transparent and accountable, use data to make decisions to take action on safety, is collaborative, and is equitable, prioritizing transportation safety for our most vulnerable communities. Then in phase 2, we talked to the community about safety challenges. And issues like speeding and aggressive driving, distracted users or people who aren't paying attention, unsafe conditions at intersections or driveways, and unsafe pedestrian or bicycle crossings were some of the top challenges that we heard from folks, both in an online forum and then in the clickable map, which we hosted, and you can see in the right-hand corner of the screen. And then our last and final phase of engagement during the action plan development, which took place earlier this year, we gathered feedback specifically on the action items that we proposed. And overall, people agreed that the actions suggested would help us get closer to our transportation goals. And in that process, we also received a lot of constructive feedback, both from the public and from stakeholders, that we used to improve and refine the plan to fully address the safety needs that we were hearing from the community. So we learned a lot from our community, and at the same time, we were learning a lot from our data. And when we focused our analysis on serious or fatal crashes, we learned that while crashes involving pedestrians or motorcycles or bicycles made up just a small percentage of all crashes, they disproportionately were involved in serious or fatal crashes. And we also saw themes across circumstantial factors. So only about 8% of all crashes involve alcohol. But then when you look at just fatal crashes, almost half of them involved alcohol. And while there are fewer people on the road at night, we see over half of fatal crashes occurring at night. And also factors like speeding and turning and distraction play a role in about a quarter of our serious crashes. So knowing all this information helps us to get ahead and understand where we can prioritize our efforts to help reduce those severe crashes before they happen. And we mapped out serious and fatal injury crashes. And based on the location of those critical crashes, we identified a high injury network, which you can see on the left-hand part of this slide. And that highlights corridors where there's higher concentrations of serious or fatal crashes. And that network is only 7% of all of our roadways, but has over 78% of our serious or fatal crashes. So this just identifies kind of where to prioritize our efforts first to prioritize those serious crashes. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that we mapped our data to identify common locations or common factors for those critical crashes. And so by identifying clusters of certain circumstances, we can start to make those systemic improvements, those system-wide changes to help prevent these types of crashes in the future. So with the Vision Zero program, we're going to continue to dive deeper into this type of analysis. And, all this information is available on our website too. So for folks that want to take that deeper look, it's transparent and open. So we took everything we learned from our engagement and from our data analysis to identify key safety target areas where we must focus our efforts to effectively reduce those serious and fatal crashes. And that includes what we found in our data: crashes at intersections, crashes involving pedestrians or bicycles, crashes involving alcohol, speed, distraction, and work zones, and those high injury network corridors that I mentioned. And from our conversations with staff of the community, areas that came to the forefront were equity, information quality, safety culture, and transparency and accountability, areas where we can improve our approach to safer transportation. And by focusing on these target areas, we're working towards Vision Zero by tackling our biggest pain points. And each action item within our plan addresses at least one of these target areas. So the action items in our plan lay out a roadmap to reduce serious and fatal crashes by improving data and analysis, by improving our processes and departmental organization, by improving our engagement with community members, and by fostering lasting partnerships to help us tackle these challenges. And some action items focus on safety issues, are identifying safety issues. And that includes enhancing our knowledge about crashes and the circumstances under which they occur. Creating clear and accessible ways for community members to report their concerns on their website and bring that to staff's attention. And working with our partners within the county, within transportation service provider companies, and with stakeholders to help elevate issues as we find them. And then some action items focus on reducing imbalances with regard to who is getting hurt on our transportation system. And that includes further analysis into how people of different ages, colors, abilities, incomes, or backgrounds may disproportionately be impacted by crashes and removing barriers to safe transportation. It means transforming traffic enforcement practices. So we focus on equitable and ubiquitous automated enforcement techniques to improve enforcement outcomes, but also reduce routine traffic stops. And we'll work directly with community members to identify their unique needs and provide education opportunities for those vulnerable road users. And then there's action items that focus on implementing projects to improve safety. One of the first actions out of the gate will be establishing a multimodal safety toolbox. And that describes what safety tools and treatments are available to staff and how they're applied within their context. So we'll be working with the community as we develop the toolbox. And that'll be a way that we can communicate the what, where, when, and why we make safety-related decision-making. And staff will keep a running tally of the tools as they're deployed. So that way the public has full transparency of how we're using those tools to reduce crashes. And other implementation actions that I want to highlight here are increasing safety elements in the site planning process, which the last presentation was a great example. Holistically reviewing and assessing vehicle speeds and speed limits, because we know that speed reduction is paramount if we want to get to zero. We'll look at enhancing safety considerations in work zones, and working with partners, especially the Virginia Department of Transportation, as we move forward different safety projects and initiatives. Because as you can see, the Virginia Department of Transportation actually maintains a lot of the roadways where we see many of our serious crashes. And last, we have actions that specifically focus on tracking and communicating our progress so that we're continuously learning and we're continuously improving as part of this Vision Zero program. So how will we measure the success of those action items? We selected Vision Zero performance measures that will track success in each target area. And you can see they're well aligned on this screen. And you can see that we recognize that some areas like information quality, safety culture, and transparency and accountability are more difficult to track. They're not as quantitative, but we'll be actively reporting out on all of our actions as they happen. And we'll also be taking feedback from the community, and that'll give us that idea of how we're doing and a way of qualitatively assessing our performance in some of those, less tangible areas. So this slide and the next slide show a few examples of what Vision Zero can look like in practice. And that includes, intersections that provide dedicated paths and waiting space for bicycles, like in the top left-hand corner. Transit safety improvements like bus-only lanes that ensure safe loading space for passengers. Complete streets approaches, ensuring safe spaces and encouraging lower speeds. Education programs through partners like Arlington Public Schools. This is an example of a traffic garden, or you can see variable messaging signs that our police temporarily install on streets to help bring awareness, get drivers to focus on the road or other, upcoming issues that they may have in their pathway. And collaboration with key transportation providers like delivery companies, encouraging them to use safe loading spaces, and scooter companies to encourage users to scoot and park safely. And here are a few other examples of what Vision Zero looks like in practice. Enhancements at crossing locations like high visibility markings, pedestrian refugees, and flashing yellow beacon lights that you can see on lots of our streets already. Focusing on controlling speeds through roadway designs, signs, and deploying speed cameras in work zones and school zones, which is where we're legally allowed to deploy speed cameras by state law at this time. Providing accessibility improvements, making sure there are safe, accessible, and continuous paths for people of all abilities. And then signage and warnings, like these roadway markings in the bottom right hand of the screen that bring extra attention to warn drivers to look out as they approach points where there could be a potential conflict. So we don't expect Vision Zero to change Arlington overnight. But we hope that by implementing this action plan and instilling that community culture of safety, bringing that awareness to people walking and driving and biking and scooting and rolling, we'll start to see these changes and start to make a difference on our streets and trails. And to be open and accountable for our progress, we also have a Vision Zero Crash dashboard, which is now available on the website, where community members can freely look at our crash data on a map and learn about crash types and circumstances. And they can look in their own neighborhood or throughout the county. And this just helps to show those trends and create that open data. And this provides an overview of the timeline, what to expect over the next 5 years. We'll have an annual program report and public meeting to collect feedback each year. And that will occur in tandem with our annual crash reporting and our annual safety benchmark survey to hear how we're doing from the community. We'll also have a mid-year check-in where we share an interim report with on our progress, and that will be with our external stakeholder representatives, but also open to the public. We'll have email updates, engagement checkpoints, and communication campaigns going throughout this entire timeline. And that keeps our channels and awareness of community needs open. We want to have that continuous opportunity for feedback because, you know, the Vision Zero creates an open door with staff. We want to know what's going on and how we can help. And as we implement the action items, we will assess what's working and what's not. The plan was designed with flexibility in mind. And if our strategies aren't working or if new safety priorities come up, you know, we're ready to change things. We're ready to evolve. So to end, I want to thank the County Board again for giving county staff the opportunity to develop this action plan and push the envelope for safe transportation in Arlington. The names on this slide are just a very small sliver of the many, many staff who dedicated their energy to this effort. And as an employee of Arlington, as a resident of Arlington, and as a mother in Arlington, I feel really, really good about this action plan. And it's not just because of the actions and the commitments that we set forth in the plan. It's because of the people, both within staff and within the community that I have worked with and partnered with to create it. There's so much enthusiasm, there is so much innovation, and there is so much passion behind this movement. Transportation safety is an issue that really matters, and this plan was built to save lives. With that urgency, we are ready to get to work. So thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your the significant amount of work over the past year and your concluding comments reflecting all of the work that you and the team have done. We certainly may have questions. The broader amount of work is significant, and we'll come back to you. I do not know that we have advisory groups. I don't believe the Transportation Commission is represented because they've indicated that they concur with the manager's recommendation, and they did provide a letter of support. So that takes care of our commissions, unless, Madam Clerk, there's a commission here that would like to speak in the virtual room.
No, I don't believe we have any.
Okay, thank you. Then back to you for public testimony on this item. Do we have speakers?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Jillian Burgess, followed by Pamela Vanheim.
Thank you very much and good morning. I am Jillian Burgess and I'm president of Arlington Families for Safe Streets. We are a group of people who have survived traffic crashes and their allies, advocating for safer streets for ourselves, for our neighbors, and for our children. First, we want to thank the board for your leadership, first in adopting a Vision Zero policy and then in asking for a robust action plan so we can make it a reality. We want to thank staff for their enormous hard work during this time and for understanding the urgency of this issue. We look forward to being a partner in implementing the Vision Zero action plan. Arlington Families for Safe Streets is launching a near-miss survey to collect information about dangerous locations on our streets, and we hope to be able to share this data with Arlington staff for use in your analysis. We all know what the data already shows. Streets where cars go faster are more dangerous. We also know that quiet streets where motor vehicle volume is lower are safer, even than low-speed, high-volume streets. We hope Arlington will recognize that the volume of motor vehicle traffic is an unsafe condition, so that Vision Zero actions don't lead to a loss of the quiet streets we already have, where we can safely walk, bike, and play. Additionally, we hope that the planned analysis will lead to more specific action items and targets, specifically implementing automated speed enforcement in school zones in an equitable way within 6 months, and lowering speed limits below 25 miles per hour within the next year. Arlington Families for Safe Streets is an enthusiastic partner on the Vision Zero Action Plan, and we look forward to working with Arlington County. Thank you so much for your time and for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Pamela Van Hine, followed by Darren Buck.
Oh, I'm with a, hi. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman DeFerranti, board members, county manager, and staff for your hard work and for giving us the opportunity to speak today. And I'm thrilled to be speaking with Jillian and Darren, and I hope you can see my head for a change. I'm Pam Van Hine, a 35-year resident of Aurora Highlands and Darren's neighbor, and a pedestrian advocate. Today, I am providing my personal comments to support the county's Vision Zero Action Plan. I'm one of many advocates who pushed the county to adopt the Vision Zero program for several years. When I was the PAC chair, I remember meeting with Mark to explain to him what Vision Zero was all about, why it was important to the county, and he listened. The proposed action plan is not perfect. I personally agree with the points raised in the Transportation Commission letter, and I also strongly approving the albeit imperfect plan now so that we can begin its implementation. I'm sure that we can continue to tweak the program with Christine Sherman Baker and the County Vision Zero staff, who've been fabulous to work with and very responsive to everyone's concerns. I personally look forward to Vision Zero's elevating the importance of transportation safety in all county planning, including in the PC, LRPC, and SPRC planning process for new commercial developments. This will keep all road users more safe, including pedestrians, our most vulnerable group. Thank you for your support of the Vision Zero program to date, and please approve the action plan today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Hine.
Our next speaker is Darren Buck, followed by Krista Alt.
All right.
Mr. Buck.
Thank you very much for having me. I'd like to second the comments of both my beloved neighbor Pam and my friend Jillian. Especially the thanks for staff for all of the really hard work. This is a really well thought out plan. I am speaking today not on behalf of my employer, both current or former, or the Transportation Commission, of which I am a member, but certainly do agree with the points raised in the letter by our chair. But I wanted to home in on one theme, and that's vehicle miles traveled, the lanes of our road and roadway capacities, and how they're significant contributing factors to safety outcomes. If we don't confront them directly, we're going to fail, just like in DC, which is only now just beginning to consciously remove roadway capacity for safety. I was gonna cite a bunch of research papers, but it's obvious by looking at the high injury network map. It's all of our wide, high volume roads. The more 4,000-pound fast moving metal boxes we put in proximity to people, the greater the chances that those people get hurt. And why is it important to confront this now? We need to stop repeating the mistakes of the past, and I'll give you a few examples. Arlington Boulevard widening. If we were to get a few thousand cars off of Arlington Boulevard, we could dispense with widening from 6 to 7 lanes and consider narrowing from 6 to 5 without diverting traffic onto smaller streets. It would deliver the safer left turns for drivers, but also allow us to cheaply stripe submerge lanes at the Cloverleaf and give people a shorter walking crossing from north to south Arlington. Taking cars off the road enables the very best safety solutions on Arlington Boulevard. Route 1 in Crystal City, it's not on the high injury network. What happens if and when we bring it to grade? What happens if we do that and let traffic stay the same or grow? What would happen if we brought Route 1 to grade, but also narrowed it to 5 lanes and reduced the nearly 50,000 cars a day that currently divide our community? This Vision Zero plan doesn't give us any direction in what the safest way to reimagine Route 1 would be. And the Beltway widening. We have no policy that says we should oppose that because more people driving here from Rockville makes us less safe. Few practitioners have been brave enough to tell people to drive less because it's safe. It's unsafe. We're working in a system that tells us to try literally everything except taking on the root cause directly for fear of angering drivers. Our staff doesn't want to do this because they're working off of regional plans that haven't either. Telling people that if we drive less, we lessen the chances of being killed is a sadly political statement. I hope you'll consider making this heaviest lift for them and pass a plan that sets and measures a goal of reducing overall VMT, seeks to right-size our streets to the amount of lanes necessary, and reviews all sector and PDSP plans for capacity changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buff.
Okay. Our next and final speaker is Krister All.
Mr. All.
Krister All, CCCRC. Thank you for your patience with me this morning. The community which CCCRC represents welcomes the decision to have Arlington join the many communities worldwide who understand the importance of Vision Zero, not just as a slogan, but in its practical application for the well-being of its residents, workers, and visitors. We assume that within this project, staff have already identified many aspects of design flaws involving street configurations and especially unsafe conditions for pedestrians and bikers. But we want to draw the attention to two specific needs for resources and actions. The first one involves a concern in the high-density Crystal City, Pentagon City area, where we do have a number of nice parks and open spaces, amenities, and facilities, which people want to visit by bike or on foot, in the spirit of our emphasis on walkability and sustainability. However, when these sites were planned and when the street network around them was created, the focus was more car-centric, and a safe passage to and between these sites was not always a priority. This means that, amazingly, some of these facilities are underutilized, which is both frustrating and wasteful. We note that it would not take vast efforts and sums to remedy obstacles to more intensive use of what we have. New or improved paths, stairs, sidewalks, and bike lanes all would offer solutions. By coincidence, some of our areas of concern may already have been identified under Vision Zero, and others may fit under the Complete Streets rubric. Some may by chance tie in with emerging development projects. But rather than relying on capricious coincidences, we see the need for a targeted, collaborated effort towards the development of a specific CIP item in the spirit of Vision Zero for the funding of resources to tie together our existing assets through the kind of improvements mentioned. The CCCRC was united in its support in a meeting earlier this week, and the community, including landowners, is eager and ready to work together with DES, PRC, CPHD, and other staff to make progress for such an endeavor. However, the most conspicuous illustration imaginable of what Arlington really means when introducing Vision Zero involves something that Mr. Buck already alluded to, namely the objectives and the outcome of the current review of the Route 1 through Crystal City. VDOT carries out this review with both residents and business community intensively involved. While specific goals and priorities may differ somewhat among the participants, there is unanimity on one point. Safety first is paramount. Even VDOT claims to agree. This, of course, is also, as mentioned here earlier, a key concept under Vision Zero. But we do know that VDOT in their stakeholder role really emphasizes pushing through the traffic on Route 1, and that other considerations are likely to be secondary. At the same time, we all know that the main obstacles to the desired outcomes under Vision Zero involve the volume and speed of heavy traffic. And as again, Mr. Buck mentioned, and the width and capacity of roads. At this time, there is much emphasis on integrating Crystal City and Pentagon City, and on preparing for increasing east-west foot and bike traffic when Amazon is in place in Pentagon City and Crystal City has become a major transportation node. We do not then imagine that the county wants to see actions which would discourage or endanger these flows. And surely the county will want to tout the outcome of the Route 1 review as a great symbol for Vision Zero, not as something that totally goes against it. But we are concerned that so far, the county has been missing in the public dialogue rather than lending support. VDOT may be running the review, but we need you to be there to protect the Vision Zero principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. All, for your comments on this item. And I believe that's all speakers. So the conversation is now with the board. This is a piece of policy work that I know we all have been thinking about a lot since 2019. And 4 fatalities on average per year is too many. As the manager said in his note to Vision Zero, any is too many. So I know we'll have some discussion. There may be some questions. I would like to see if we could get a motion on the table with respect to this Vision Zero plan, if a colleague is ready to start with that. Mr. Karantonis or Mr. Dorsey, go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
I can move the proposal of the manager. Let me just take that in front of me, to adopt and implement the Arlington Vision Zero action plan as described in attachment A of item 31 on the agenda. Personally, second. I would like to second.
We got a motion and a second.
And for the sake of starting the conversation, I would like to see, in addition to page 13 of the proposed plan, under unsafe transportation, to add vehicle traffic volume as an unsafe transportation issue, but we can discuss that as we go here.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I guess I'm sort of scrolling through to page 13. It may be helpful seeing your hand to start. If there's and I see Ms. Crystal as well, if there's a way that we could scroll to that, or if Ms. Jacobs might have the amendment. I don't know if you want to speak a little bit to, yes, as I scroll to get to it, to the amendment.
So the amendment is, it's an addition. The page 13 lists unsafe transportation, assessing conditions that so that we have an unsafe transportation. And the idea is that as we are talking about, slowing down arterials, making traffic more predictable for everybody, making traffic safer for everybody, there will be always a pressure for especially for vehicular traffic, individual vehicular traffic, to disperse through neighborhoods. And I have this experience from my own neighborhood. Basically, 1 or twice a week, I continue to get feedback from my own neighbors and also from residents in other neighborhoods that cut-through traffic is picking up, that people choose to drive through the neighborhoods instead of using arterials. And to the degree that we make arterials a safer place, a more multimodal, responsive place where all modals have a space and can move safely. There might be, and I believe there will be, as it is today the case already, a pressure of vehicular traffic dispersing through neighborhood streets, and that decreases the quality of life in these streets, and also greatly affects the safety of these streets. There is a discussion under the performance measures and the way we gather data on how we not only the fatalities, the actual fatalities, but also the near misses. And the entire plan has the spirit of assessing safety as an issue of safety culture, of designing for safety, moving, thinking, intellectually investing in safety as we improve our streets, arterials, and the places where all models move. So this is why I think that the volume of traffic is a criterion that should be listed, and we should be mentioning in the plan, giving at least a point of reference to look at this, to look at volume of traffic in a neighborhood or in a different, more regional reference frame to assess what are the safety implications of having a higher volume of traffic. This also responds to the comments that we got from the Transportation Commission on vehicle miles traveled, and I think that this is the minimum we can do to introduce that already in our plan right now and work from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I see Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey. I just want to make sure I understand what the proposed amendment, because there's both a overall policy point you're making, Mr. Karantonis, and then I think that underneath—
It's an additional dot, an additional bullet.
Perhaps under the word lighting,
speeds,
but before the words other unique characteristics. And
yes.
The language that it would say would be volume of traffic. Is that correct?
Yes, volume of vehicular traffic, because this is the key, the volume of vehicular traffic of vehicles.
Got it. So I just sort of procedurally, I guess what I'd like to do is go to Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey if they have questions about this, and then come back to you for the formal amendment.
Okay.
But I just wanted to make sure I understood. So starting with Ms. Crystal, I think your hand is still
I'm going to see if I can persuade you, Mr. Karantonis, to go at this a different way. I'm very much agreed with the spirit of reducing vehicle miles traveled, especially on our own roads within Arlington, should be a key goal. I don't think vehicle miles traveled is the exact same thing as volume of vehicles. I don't mean to be pedantic. I think they're different in a meaningful way.
Yeah,
and so let me just briefly explain that, and then maybe offer an alternative to what you're saying. Because I do, like I said, I'm very supportive of the idea of kind of integrating somewhere in this plan, although we'll want staff feedback on the best way to do it, that goal of reducing vehicle miles traveled. So I was very struck by Mr. Buck's comments, because they all, I think largely the examples he gave really talked about the challenges we have of hosting VDOT roadways that are kind of major areas that they see as throughput in the region. So those examples of Arlington Boulevard, certainly Route 1, which Mr. All talked about, and others. Right now, although as you all know, I work day in and day out, and I know some of my colleagues do too, to try to reduce the overall regional volume of cars. But right now, if you were to I believe, try to adjust those roadways to skinny them down, the traffic would likely be displaced onto our neighborhood streets. And so I think that you see actually a direct challenge. You can't innovate one roadway or narrow one roadway without displacing the traffic elsewhere. And so then I think the idea of kind of measuring the volume of traffic on our streets to make decisions leaves us at an impasse. Whereas I think the idea of reducing vehicle miles traveled through all of our activities, roadway design, land use, right, per our previous item, transit alternatives especially, and ultimately safety of other modes is really important. So much so that I might say it is a core principle. And so what I was maybe going to offer as an alternative is on page 17, when you see the core principles, that there may be an opportunity to add something there that says, Arlington seeks through transportation planning and even other elements of comprehensive planning to reduce the number of vehicle miles traveled on our streets. I don't want to wordsmith it. I think I would be comfortable just sort of gesturing at some direction like that with staff's understanding that is the intent of the board. But, and I can also, I'd love to ask staff to respond to it because I know Christine and the team have really kind of chewed over the idea of EMT. But Mr. Karantonis, do you think that's potentially that could scratch the itch that you have? Because I think you and I are interested in the same thing, but I don't want to assume that.
I'm actually interested in both things. I mean,
okay.
There's also the number of trips that has to, I mean, the number of trips is, if we reduce the number of trips, would not necessarily reduce or not automatically, mathematically reduce the miles traveled. These are two measures, actually, both. They're consistent with each other. So the initial, the itch, if you want, the initial motivation here is to make a statement that says we really want to calm our neighborhoods to the degree possible using all the means we have and work with, you know, the plan is very collaborative, so it creates coalitions. It makes the safety culture a core value of each neighborhood, so that they can, you know, assess you know, how much safer, better it would be in individual neighborhoods to you know, to have a lower count of traffic movements. Basically, this is volume of traffic.
Right, but I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I just want to clarify, because the point is, when you talk about neighborhood streets, that's not the same thing. And in fact, we see in the data that most of the safety issues are happening on major VDOT owned thoroughfares. So,
yes.
So can you just speak to, in your conception, how those things relate?
And in major thoroughfares, major arterials, the plan still aspires to reduce that. I mean, we should be aspiring to reduce the miles traffic. So it is. These are it's a two-pronged approach. I'm fine with both. So that's okay with me. I just wanted to have in the plan a statement that we, you know, we aspire to that. I think Ms. Baker could help us here to see how staff sees both things.
Got it. So we'll go to, I see Ms. Baker. I also see Mr. Leach, and I see your hand, Mr. Dorsey. I want to see if you know, eventually we have to figure out what specific amendments. So there are two that you sort of talked about, Mr. Karantonis and Ms. Crystal. There's one on page 13 and then one on page 17. And to the extent that, you know, it might help with both to see the actual words in an email, if we can, or to Ms. Jacobs, but we may not be going that direction. I think I should go to staff for sure first, and I'll start with Ms. Baker because you've done a year's worth of work on it, but I also will want to hear from Mr. Leach. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Dorsey.
Thanks. And Dennis, I saw your hand up, so you can jump in first. Thank you.
Mr. Leach. Thank you.
Thank you. We had a robust staff discussion on this, and I have to take the board back to our master transportation plan, to the policy document, which basically says we will accommodate more people, more residents, more jobs, but without more traffic. So that is a foundational principle. And there are other statements in the policy document that really move us away from vehicle traffic. And then you go into the specific modal elements like the TDM, TSM element. We put more resources into trying to get people to take modes other than driving alone than any other jurisdiction in the Washington region, and it's by policy. Every site plan, every street project that we work on, every transit project is with the goal of trying to minimize the growth of traffic in Arlington. And pre-pandemic, we were quite successful. Our residents drive less than they did 10 years ago. We always need to do more. I think the Vision Zero action plan really calls for us to go back and update the MTP to reflect a higher level emphasis on safety. But no, from a staff perspective and a board policy perspective, pretty much everything we're doing is trying to move us away from relying on single occupant vehicles. Just the site plan you passed this morning, real focus was on pedestrian safety, bicycle safety, an extremely low parking ratio that was done by our parking staff. So we're applying all the levers that we have at our disposal. Our levers are less complete when we deal with state facilities. But I will say that we have worked really hard with VDOT to get them to think a little bit differently. And I'll use a couple of references. The rebuild of the Glebe Road Bridge, which actually built significantly wider pedestrian facilities. The rebuild of Rosalind Gateway, including the lane reduction of Lee Highway, a state primary. The Boundary Channel Drive interchange, where we're partnered to build out major bike and ped facilities at the north end of Crystal City. And we are also actively working with VDOT on Route 1 to really raise the importance of pedestrian and bike safety on that project. And you will be receiving a presentation from VDOT on Tuesday to give you an opportunity to really ask hard questions with our partners at the state. But we did have a very robust discussion, and we think it's really at the MTP level that this issue of really managing traffic down is most appropriate. But I think they're mutually supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leach. I know you've worked so hard on this issue for some time, so I don't know. It doesn't seem to me, Ms. Baker, if you still want to comment, you're welcome to. If that covers it, we can go to Mr. Dorsey. Your call first.
Yeah, I'll just add a quick mention that, you know, a lot of the action items within our plan, you know, work towards this better, you know, updating the master transportation plan, thinking about modes together and how they can, you know, best, you know, interact safely with one another. And a lot of our action items also focus on just making things safer for people walking, biking, scooting, rolling. And we hope that by creating a safer environment for people, you know, to be out of their cars, that will encourage people to get out of their cars. So really it's one of the roots of this plan is to create that enhanced feeling of safety. And then in turn, that will help reduce the amount of people getting into their cars to make trips, you know, if they can more easily make it on a bike or walking, you know, and that's really something that we've been focused on as part of this plan. And, you know, we talked about vehicle miles traveled as a way to measure you know, success, but that's not really the success of Vision Zero. The success of Vision Zero is reducing serious and fatal crashes. And, you know, as far as our general, you know, transportation goals altogether, you know, we do want to see more of that transitioning of people into alternative modes. So that's kind of where that performance measure lies. You know, that's what staff's feeling. You know, as far as the assessment of Vision Zero goes, we're really focused on the crashes, but in terms of our overall, you know, transportation goals, you know, that's where we could measure mode shift. So thank you.
Thank you. Very helpful. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. So, you know, as part of the regional advocacy on reducing VMT, which has been going on for a number of months, I've become aware of it at the TPB several months ago, and I know that this is sort of informing this conversation. While we're enveloped in that because we're a part of the National Capital Region, I do not believe we're a target of that because we do actually have a master transportation plan policy, as has been discussed, which not only identifies this, but we regularly track and have been achieving progress over the years. So I don't particularly feel the pressure, even though we are asked to include it in any and all documents, to do so, since our regime, in my opinion, works. Specifically to what you surfaced, Mr. Karantonis, I'm not entirely sure that it really makes sense on a technical basis to include that as an additional bullet for unsafe transportation, since on a prima facie basis, it's really not, you know, an indicative of an unsafe transportation condition. So it can be a contributing factor and can be an associated factor, but on its face, just reducing VMT doesn't necessarily, as Ms. Baker alluded to, get us closer to the Vision Zero goals. So I certainly associate myself with the spirit of what you intend, but I'm not sure the operational solution that you've proposed is something that I could get behind.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for also reflecting the COG work and the TPB work that's important. We'll certainly continue to have conversation. I just one sort of possibility out there for you, Mr. Carantonis, Ms. Crystal, actually probably all of us, is a thought about direction to staff that we could perhaps work on that might be different from language on page 13, or even there might be language. We haven't quite resolved page 17 either, but I just wanted to see if we could keep trying to move this forward. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to bring up a slightly different point. As far as the bullets go, I'm a little agnostic. I'm not sure they need to be in there, but if colleagues want to put them in there, and it seems to, that's fine. But I'm comfortable with the program as it's presented by staff. I wanted to bring, and it's actually just, I think I have a little bit of a conversation probably with Ms. Baker. By the way, I absolutely appreciate, Ms. Baker, your very personal approach to this at the end. I think it's so important for our residents to hear that. Thank you. We really do this really often because we really do care. And this is a tough one. I just wanted to reference, so my last meeting at the TPB, Mr. Dorsey and I have kind of gone back and forth being at the TPB, and my last one, I think in 2019, we were looking at this issue, and a couple of things struck me. One is how much it seems like there are two buckets here for safety, and one of them is the designing for safety, which is what government can do and what we can do. And then there's the people's behavior, which obviously the designing we can affect, and we can affect it with public messaging. And I find myself thinking about the really effective campaigns that have happened over the years. Remember, Only You Can Prevent Forest Fires, Smokey the Bear. I mean, that's kind of like everybody sort of knows that. There was like Don't Be a Litter Bug. I mean, we've had some national campaigns that have been major that way. And when we look at the causes of accidents, the fatal ones, drinking and driving is a huge factor, really large percentage. And we're really not going to get to zero unless we really deal with that in a major way. The speed, obviously, that's kind of a cultural, everybody's nervous and has to get there. And I think the more we can bring that down and sort of tell everybody to chill would be helpful. And then another thing I would love to see us have a theme is wear white at night. I think a lot of accidents are at night because drivers don't see the pedestrians. Pedestrians think they can be seen, but they're not. I feel sometimes I've had years shaved off my life when I'm driving and suddenly I realize there's somebody in black on a skateboard in the middle of the road at night. I mean, it's just, and I'm not even going all that fast, thank God, because I don't hit them, but it's really scary when suddenly you realize somebody is right there. So I don't know, Ms. Baker, if you want to talk a little bit about, and that would be more public messaging kind of aspect of it. I know that's in here some, and I don't know if you want to feel like commenting on those or not. You don't need to, but that feels like a major part of it. If we're really going to finish this, it's got to be those behaviors with people. There's only so much government can do.
Absolutely. Yeah, in the plan, we specifically call out, community knowledge building, and that has a lot of facets to it where, for one, we have Arlington Public Schools as a huge partner. They were super involved as we developed the plan and continue to be. And, they are a huge outlet to an enormous community of people, from grades K through 12, where we can start instilling some of those values and some of that education at a young age, as well as when they're starting to drive, which is really important. So that, has a couple specific items where, we'll work with APS staff to do those education campaigns at school, as well as a stakeholder relationship, with APS and their community groups going forward to keep that conversation going. And then we also have highlighted, Vision Zero communications, Vision Zero campaigns, and that includes kind of like what you were saying, picking some of the specific issues that we found in our data, the issues that hit close to home, and, working on communications campaigns to help spread the word. I think, Katie, you brought up the idea of bumper stickers, or things like that, where we can help get the word out. And so people, when they see Vision Zero, will know it'll register this is safe transportation. So, that's another aspect. And then third, we also, have increased community engagement on specific safety projects and issues. And that was mainly targeted towards our vulnerable populations, our hard to reach populations. So we're really going to be digging in and trying to figure out, how can we get to these people? We always say, go where the people are. So we need to start thinking about that more deeply and, targeting those engagement activities with specific issues in those communities to help create that awareness and, like you said, start to change behavior, because this is really about creating a community culture of safety. That's what's worked, in a lot of the early on Vision Zero communities, where people just started to register Vision Zero, transportation safety. I need to slow down, or I need to pay attention, or, I need to be more aware, or put my phone down. So, that's a big part of this. And, we did leave a lot of room for creativity and partnerships as we move those items forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the hardest nut to crack, I think. Engineering, you kind of do it. Changing people's minds and approaches to life, although the pandemic has helped, I think. So, yeah, we all just realize there's some other things that are more important than getting to that place 2 minutes earlier than you might if you just took a deep breath and slowed down. So thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I have no urge to change this. I'm ready to just approve it as is, depending on where my colleagues are. And I just kind of wanted to surface that. This is a long-term program, as you pointed out, Ms. Baker. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey and Ms. Baker. To Ms. Garvey's points, you having the background of a school bus behind you sort of seems to amplify the strength of your points with how much you personally care about this. I appreciate it. We may have additional questions. Ms. Crystal.
Yeah, I do want to return to the point about VMT, but that's been really helpful insight, and I especially appreciate the comments about how that's actually a foundational element of our MTP, and it's not an accident, actually, that when we see all of our land use plans coming forward based on those principles, it's for a reason. It's because it's aligned with that element of the comprehensive plan. Before I do that, though, the only other thing I wanted to surface is how I would just love to hear Ms. Baker and the staff's team's thoughts about how we should be ourselves and preparing our community to think about the issue of near misses. I think we all hear this a lot as board members when people complain about traffic safety. Sometimes it is about, there are frequent crashes at this spot in my neighborhood, and we've got an extraordinary plan here now to capture, monitor that data. But just as often, maybe more often, we hear something like, somebody was almost hit at this intersection, or this intersection feels really unsafe because cars have to slam on the brakes, or other issues like that. And so I know Vision Zero really does measure explicitly crashes. It is a system that's based on crashes. How do you all see data about near misses? How can we gather that or use it to inform, or how will it inform, so that we're not overpromising that Vision Zero mandates that we're going to reconstruct an intersection every time there's a near miss. And in fact, sometimes near misses tells us that the construction of the intersection is working, right? For example, the car had to slow down so much that it had enough time to hit the brakes with an unexpected pedestrian, for example. So near misses issue, I'm sure this came up a lot. How would you advise us to talk to community members about it, and community members to think about the issue themselves?
Thanks. That's a great point. I'll first add that we do have online reporting systems where we urge folks who experience something unsafe. If there's an immediate safety need, something's broken or something's missing, they can report it through our online system, and that prompts staff to act. So that's what we really want, is to make sure things don't slip through the cracks. If we get something in our system, we will start looking into it. But then I also see Hui's hand shot up, so I'll let you jump in and talk about the broader issue.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal, for your comment about the road design and how that works. I will say the way we are trying to encourage engineering through Vision Zero is to make the road more tolerable. People are making mistakes sometimes. They may not be 100% paying attention, but we want to build a system that's as tolerable as possible so that small mistakes doesn't lead to significant and drastic result. And sometimes near miss is, I will say, is a very broad term that could, be further looking into. You can divide them into different circumstances. Sometimes it's actually, like you alluded to, the system working to give enough time for both parties involved to react and result in a less, dangerous result. Of course, sometimes it also indicates that there's a potential of, further improvement that we can identify. How do we identify those? Is the systemic review that we already started doing. We will keep doing that because we will have new data feed into the system. So when we identify a crash history and a cluster of similar type of crashes, that would give us an indication of this type of design, this type of formation may lead to more of this type of crash. And so we will be proactive. We're not saying we're only going to work on the place where there's somebody hurt. We're going to look for similar places too, if we've identified a treatment for this type of condition. So that is how Vision Zero would get to the places where preventative, basically, places where there hasn't been any recorded crashes. We also have notified that every time we engage the community, they give us a lot of good feedback. We seriously look into them. It's not just, brush it aside. And Christine can tell you more how she and the staff work with her, really dive into the details, count every places, people reported. But we also want to recognize not everyone come to the tool that we ask them to report. Not everyone come to the community meetings that we say, hey, we're here to engage with you. We try our best to host these, broader community engagement. We also try our best to get into the specific communities, but there's still a long way to go to be able to actually collect that statistically significant survey result. I know I'm sounding like a nerd now going with the term, because in order to draw some conclusion that's going to affect, our projects, we need to have a little bit sense of confidence that we are not reacting to, quote unquote, the louder voices. So that is a balance staff continue to try to keep. And we also are developing outreach plans, try to reach more community. We welcome people's input. We never brush you aside. We look at your input. But at the same time, we also need to rely on specific data to give us a sense of confidence.
I love that point. I actually think that's one of the things that's most valuable about the Vision Zero plan, right? That we actually have this map now. It's really a data-driven approach, which at the end of the day is about making sure that the areas of greatest need get the attention, not just the areas of greatest activism. I remember talking a couple of years ago to the Oakland transportation director, and they talked about how they realized that there were places around their city where a young person was, orders of magnitude more likely to be hit by a car, and they were the places that were getting the least attention because the community members there, were disconnected from or mistrustful of city government. And so I'm sure, although I hope it is not nearly as widespread a problem, I'm sure some of those dynamics persist here. So being driven in a very data-driven way in this case is exciting. Okay, so just to get back to this kind of VMT issue, I think that we have heard a lot about, and in prior conversations too about, it's not called out explicitly because, for example, it is in the MTP, which is the right place for it to be, that it could be, it's better as sort of a measure rather than a key driver. I want to push a little bit because I do think there is some value in making VMT a Vision Zero or reduced VMT, a Vision Zero principle, in part because of the behavior piece, right? So Ms. Garvey, I think incited a really interesting line of questioning about changing behavior. And that is something that's maybe not, doesn't not captured, for example, in our MTP or elsewhere in our comp plan. And I think if we are inviting Arlingtonians into this conversation to think about how their own behavior supports or doesn't support the values of Vision Zero, to me, it seems like a loss to not invite them in to think about how vehicle miles traveled supports that or doesn't. We also often think of make the mistake, I think, of assuming that people are one kind of user or move around by one modality. And of course, that's not true, right? The majority of us who drive cars also walk. Many of us also bike or also transit users. And so even thinking about what is the choice I am making with this trip? And how does that choice support Vision Zero? Not just am I slowing down and not rushing when I'm behind the wheel, but if I take the bus instead, does that contribute to a safer roadway and a safer use experience for others? And we know that it does, right? Because we see this, that all of these crashes and deadly crashes are likeliest to be when somebody is behind the wheel of a motor vehicle versus riding transit, riding a bike, or being a pedestrian. So I do think there may be some value in teasing this out. So I guess my question to you all, knowing that you've grappled with this, if the board were interested, and I'm not sure we've got a majority of votes there, but let me surface this anyway. If the board were interested in directing the idea of reduction of VMT to be included as a Vision Zero principle or goal or statement at some point in this, really thoughtfully done action plan, where do you think that would fit? Where it, sort of is in the spirit of it, called out, but in the spirit of the overall plan, and doesn't sort of to upset the balance of other principles. Does that question make sense? I don't want to pull on one thread, right? And then there's like the sweater comes undone because we weren't thinking about the way all of the following steps lined up.
I don't know whether it's Ms. Baker or Ms. Wang. I think there's a little bit of not certainty as to who would go first on this question. Maybe Ms. Wang, if you'd offer thoughts to start, it looks like.
Yeah, I'll jump in first. I will say VMT as a regional goal of reduce the use of vehicular mode and promoting other modes in place of, vehicular traffic. We support that and staff support that. And we support that through the master transportation plan, as Mr. Dennis has mentioned. So I will say just because we did not put it into this Vision Zero action plan as a bullet doesn't mean we don't support that, because we did not mention everything that we support, and there's a lot of transportation principles in this. The reason we are not specifically calling that out, I will say at least I can think of two items to bring to your attention. One is what Ms. Crystal has mentioned about engage and empower and I will say excite the community to join us as an effort. I don't think we want to make drivers think by default, because I'm driving, then I have certain quota to hit someone. No, you don't. Yes, it's a personal choice that some of us have to use the car from time to time for different reasons. But you can be a safe driver even though you're driving a machine. We don't want to indicate that you have to eliminate all drivers in order to make the road safe. I don't think that's a feasible path to go. So when we are trying to engage the community, we don't want to alienate the driving community and making them think Vision Zero is one modes or other modes against another one. We want to make everyone actually come together to join this effort. So which is why a lot of the improvements we're doing, a lot of the education we're doing, the outreach we're doing, we want the driver community to hear this message as well. They hold an important piece of this puzzle. That's one. Another factor is we want to make Vision Zero action plan as measurable and actionable as possible. VMT by itself is a very hard number to measure, and sometimes it doesn't carry enough fine level of I will say indication. Usually a region measures that on an annual basis, and when we say a region, that's really I think Arlington County may not count as that region. This is really a broader region. So if we go with some of the numbers like VDOT has shared in the past, we may not be able to see how Arlington play in that regional picture when you look at the regional VMT. And Arlington being a, relatively small-sized community with a lot of, I would say, traffic that didn't originate and didn't end in Arlington. The VMT measures may not really tell us how much we've done. Did that really make an importance, make a difference? So that is the part with, from practicality point of view, we find it very hard to track. But I will say we overall really support this idea. We really support this overall, encourage more modes, split, and reduce vehicular traffic. So the spirit, we are aligned with that.
Thank you, Ms. Wang. Ms. Crystal, I know you.
Yeah,
you
well, just sort of one thought as I kind of see this point. I guess I am understand enough like why this maybe we don't need to give direction to have this fit in here. I hope we can keep talking about it. I will say I think I'm not entirely sure I'm sold on the idea that it alienates drivers to suggest to them that making another choice when it's feasible for them could be the one that is most in support of Vision Zero. This has become such a political hot potato that maybe it's not a good analogy, but because the president recently made comments about beef consumption and that's effect on climate change. And I think that's actually not a bad analogy here, because the point is, if you care about reducing your personal carbon footprint and you are going to choose to eat a hamburger, right? There are a lot of good ways to do that. You can consume locally, you can consume sustainably. It is also the case that consuming that hamburger is not the same thing as consuming something else that is not, based on beef if you're trying to minimize your environmental footprint. And I think about your safety footprint here too, which is like, there is no shame in needing to drive a car to get to wherever you're going for the huge number of reasons that a personally operated vehicle is the right choice for a particular trip. But it's also, I think, a little disingenuous, not to say that this is all what Ms. Wong was implying, but it would be disingenuous for us to imply that car trip is just as safe as choosing to ride the bus or walk. There are a lot of things that you can do to reduce the danger footprint of that trip. And we hope that you'll be our partner in thinking about that. And if you can make other choices, that may be the best way to reduce your potential danger footprint altogether. So I'll kind of withdraw any effort I was going to make to give direction to add anything. I'm not sure that a majority of the board is there anyway, but the point is there's so much more to talk about with Vision Zero as this is implemented. I know we'll have more bites of this apple, so to speak. And so I hope this is a theme we can keep wrestling with among ourselves and with the community.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I see Mr. Leach. I do want to go to Mr. Carantonis, who started this conversation, and I don't know if you have thoughts. And then we'll come back to you, Mr. Leach. I see you as well, Mr. Dorsey.
Yes, similar to Ms. Crystal, I have a difficulty to me, and to Ms. Baker's and to Dr. Wong's comments, to me, a culture of safety implies a hierarchy of modals. Normally, we start with the pedestrian, the most vulnerable of everybody. These are, and data show us who is most vulnerable here. So we start our thinking about the culture of safety by thinking, who do we want to protect the most? Who is most exposed, right? Who is not protected by 2 tons of a steel vehicle around? Who has less options, actually, especially. In many neighborhoods where, think about the cyclists, etc. So for me, the choice that Ms. Crystal, when somebody makes a choice, is definitely a choice that has relevance for the overall level of, less or more safety. If you choose to walk, you are probably not endangering anybody, or if you choose to cycle, you will be at a different level. So the overall planning, design, the safety philosophy around the right of way will have to be commensurate with that. I see the argument of why this would be a discussion for the master transportation plan. I wrestled a lot with the idea whether this is the right place to speak about that or not, and I'm fine with continuing the conversation as we go. I think that also data, refining our idea, how we gather data and what data we gather, and how we, make it a habit for neighborhoods to report, for example, on their near misses. Near miss is not only a near miss that actually happens. Near miss is also the impression that a neighborhood may have that I'm not using this, I'm not leaving my kids to cross there because I'm really afraid of that. Or, when Dr. Wang will remember that we have long conversations about the blinking, cross lights. And when you say to me that the blinking cross lights has improved 70% the behavior of drivers, but that still means that 30% go through. It's 1 out of 4 possibilities that something bad happens there. So as opposed to a red light, for example, where I guess it's a lower endangerment. So I'm fine with going with proceeding right now with the wonderful 85 pages of a plan here, and this is a living document anyway. So and I'm good with this.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for starting the conversation and for being flexible with how we sort of implement it through. I think Mr. Dorsey is next. I saw Mr. Leach, but I think it's the one hand I still see is Mr. Dorsey, unless I'm just missing that on my screen. So Mr. Dorsey, go ahead. I think you're on mute.
Thank you. I think for this for me will serve as concluding comments. Really appreciate the conversation. This is one of those things that I think is a very peak Arlington conversation because in fact, we're not actually arguing about the substance of the policy. It's more about how we're going to signal it and where it's going to be located. I remain convinced that our overall MTP policy that effectuates this is sufficient in these purposes, given that this action plan is really focused on Vision Zero. And I remain convinced that while volume on roads and VMT are important contributing factors, really they're not dispositive. And a lower number of vehicles traveling at unsafe rates of speed on poorly designed and maintained and lit roads are still a safety issue. So really, I think the focus of the Vision Zero tools is appropriate. And I just like to say that I'm really proud of this. When this was sort of initiated in 2019, I think there was still a lot of learning going on as to whether or not Vision Zero was really going to be more of an organizing slogan or a real functional framework. And I think the staff work has delivered to us a functional framework beyond my initial expectations. And, Arlington has a well-deserved reputation for planning. It's not just because we plan a lot, but it's also because we bring intellectual rigor to it and plan robustly. But a byproduct of that or a consequence of that, sometimes our plans become stale because we don't have the resources to revisit them with new information as frequently as many would like. And so what I see with this is really breaking ground in a lot of key ways. We're going to be tracking the annual progress, which is terrific. We've got the real-time dashboard, which is amazing. We've got the ongoing community engagement that's central to this that will help ensure that it doesn't become stale. And I'd just like to say that even before we've gotten to this point, I'd like to commend Ms. Wong for the implementation that's really already taking place. Just to give an example, we had considerable advocacy in the Glen Carlin neighborhood about the need for stop bars to contribute to safety. And there was some great work to address it there. But I will also note that stop bars have come into other communities way outside of Glen Carlin, and not necessarily with the prevalence of crashes or near misses, but where they identified that conditions were consistent with what we were doing elsewhere and that this could proactively promote safety. So this is really working not just in the plan, but in implementation, I think very, very well. And I have high hopes that the ambitious goals of Vision Zero as a slogan can actually be realized with what we do. So very happy with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I think most have spoken on it. This is an excellent body of work. Glen Carlin, I think several on the call will know I was pretty engaged along with Mr. Dorsey there, and there's also just south of Columbia Pike. There's a ton of work to continue to do. We start from a 0.84 deaths per 100,000 as opposed to 11 nationally. We're not in a terrible place. 1 is one too many. So the question is on Vision Zero as a whole. I don't see other hands. I'm certainly pleased with that we had a good, robust discussion. Very grateful for staff's work. I'll start with a vote, and we'll start with Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranti votes aye, passes 5-0. Ms. Baker, 1 full year of your life is different now that we have passed this plan. Thank you for all your work, Ms. Wong and Mr. Leach and Mr. Neighbors, so many. We are eager to support as we implement this plan. Thank you to each of you. With that, colleagues, we have one more item on our agenda for today, but I would suggest that for the quality of our debate and the possibility of our debate, in my case, that we have lunch and take a short break. So I would suggest, and apologies to those on the call who may be waiting in addition, we will return as soon as we can. I would suggest if we could do a 1:05 return. Is that acceptable with everybody as far as timing? And I can adjust a little bit. I want to give time for everybody to have lunch. If we need to do 1:10, I'm open to that. But not seeing grand objections, we will come back at 1:05. We'll just have a short break, and we'll come back at 1:05 to finish our last item. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks.
welcome back from a short recess. The Arlington County Board is back in session, and we have one more item on our agenda. I will ask Madam Clerk if you could call the next item.
Yes, item 32 is a request to authorize advertisement of a public hearing on an ordinance to repeal, reenact, and recodify Chapter 17 of the Arlington Code to update outdated references to state statutes, remove provisions conflicting with state and federal laws, repeal the law that makes refusal to identify oneself at the request of a police officer a criminal act, and to modernize provisions to reflect current practice.
Thank you, Madam. Go to Mr. Manager for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Making the presentation this afternoon is Lynn Porphyry, assisted by Captain Latasha Chamberlain of the Arlington County Police Department. Ms. Porphyry?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Lynn Porphyry. You know me as the Chief of Staff in the County Manager's Office, but today I'm here in a different capacity. Over about the past year, I've had the pleasure of staffing the Police Practices Group, affectionately known as the PPG. Today, I'm joined by my colleague, Captain Latasha Chamberlain of the Arlington County Police Department. And we're here to speak to regular agenda item number 32, which is a request to advertise. Since the clerk just read the details of the request to advertise, I won't repeat them again here. Next slide, please. The idea to look at the provisions in Chapter 17 of our county code came directly from the community through the Police Practices Group. As you heard, the Police Practices Group made approximately 100 recommendations to the county manager in its thorough and well-researched report that they issued in February. The PPG recommendation that we really want to highlight today is the recommendation to repeal the law that makes refusal to identify oneself as a request of a police officer a criminal act. This is our top objective. But in preparing to advance this PPG recommendation, staff, with the assistance of the county attorney's office, took a comprehensive look at Chapter 17 of our county code. In so doing, we found outdated references to state statutes, provisions that conflicted with state and federal law, and provisions that needed to be modernized to reflect what currently happens. So, in an effort to be efficient, staff is recommending consolidating all of these proposed changes into one request to advertise. Next slide, please. This slide is a list of proposed changes to Chapter 17. They're listed there in numerical order. I'm not going to take the time to read each of these right now, but later in the presentation, I'll attempt to briefly summarize each of them. For the most part, these are house cleaning or technical changes. For the main event, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Captain Chamberlain of the Police Department for the next couple of slides. Before I do, I'd like to mention that our police department and the Police Practices Group are in total alignment in the desire to repeal failure to ID. Captain Chamberlain, it's over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Porphyry. This current provision makes it a crime to refuse to identify oneself when asked to do so by a police officer, whether they are uniformed or not. Next slide. A review of the data for the past 5 years determined failed ID was charged 25 times out of 184 times as a standalone offense. If potentially for injury or damage to a person or property or present in any given situation, the subject could be charged with alternative offenses. The police department supports the repeal of failed ID as it will not impact the department's service to the community. Next slide.
Now I'm going to go into a little more detail on the recommended cleanup provisions. These fall into two buckets. The first are those provisions that staff recommends be repealed, and the second bucket are those that we recommend being amended. Let's start with the provisions that we're recommending for repeal. The first is County Code Section 17-5.1, entitled Carrying Concealed Firearms, Fingerprinting Required. We're recommending that this provision be repealed because it sets forth a detailed process for the fingerprinting component of the concealed carry permit application. This process isn't used anymore because the Code of Virginia, and you can see section 18.2-308.02, sets forth the current application process for concealed carry permit. And the clerk of the circuit court must follow the state law. I've connected with our clerk of Arlington Circuit Court along with his counsel, and they concur and support this recommendation. Next slide, please. The next county code section that staff recommends be repealed is County Code Section 17-12, riots, routs, unlawful assemblies, criminal liabilities. Our ordinance is from 1968 and it's inconsistent with state law. And I believe the slide gives the governing state law 18.2-404. Okay, next slide, please. The first two provisions that I'm going to talk about on this slide are additional examples of where modernization is needed. Section 17-8 from 1946 is real estate salesmen and brokers, bond required. This county provision requires real estate agents and brokers to give bond in the amount of $1,000 before doing any business in the county. This is definitely not our current practice, nor could staff find anyone who recalls these bonds ever being given. The next item provision recommended for repeal is County Code Section 17-9. The title of that section is Use of Fluoroscope for Shoe Fitting Prohibited. This provision is outdated, obviously. Fluoroscopes haven't been used for at least 50 years. And for those who don't know what a fluoroscope is, I'll try to explain before my time. Fluoroscopes were X-ray machines commonly found in shoe stores from about the 1920s until about the 1950s. They were used to determine proper fit for a shoe. But due to health concerns about overexposure to X-rays, these machines were completely removed from retail shoe stores by the 1970s. Okay, so the next item staff is recommending be repealed is County Code Section 17-16, retaliatory evictions and other actions, and County Code Section 17-17, tenant security deposits. In consultation with the county attorney's office, staff learned that the Virginia Residential Landlord Tenant Act preempts local modification of that Residential Landlord Tenant Act's provisions. So among those provisions are the retaliatory eviction statutes, including the prohibition and the causes of action, providing relief for retaliatory conduct. Next slide, please. All right, these fall into the bucket of staff's recommendation for amendments. First is County Code section entitled Public Intoxication and Profanity. This section gives police the authority to charge for public intoxication or cursing, swearing, or using profanity. Staff recommends amending this section to remove the references to profanity and cursing to avoid any First Amendment concerns. In addition, my colleagues from Police Department indicated that they typically don't charge cursing or swearing in public. The justification for amending the next County Code section 17-13B2 to remove the word curse from that provision, the justification is the same as the one above that I just talked about. Now we get to the recommendation to amend County Code section 17-14 on curfews and who has the authority to invoke them. Staff recommends changing the designation of the Commonwealth Attorney to the Chief of Police. Authority for this change is derived from Virginia Code section 15.2-925, which states that the Chief Law Enforcement Officer can set the curfew. Setting a curfew is a public safety decision, and for this purpose, our Chief of Police is the Chief Law Enforcement Officer. Last, the Commonwealth Attorney concurs with staff's recommendation. And finally, we're recommending an amendment to County Code section 17-15 entitled Leased Houses for Rent. We need to update the reference to the state code in this provision and reflect the new monetary fine for a class 4 misdemeanor. Next slide, please. So the slide presentation you just saw will be posted on the Arlington County website later today. And we can entertain any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Ms. Porphyry and Captain Chamberlain. Appreciate you staying with us. We may have questions. First, I believe we have a member of our police practices group. I believe that's the next step in our consideration of this item. I believe Ms. Patel is here.
Hello, how are you?
Good. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here today, especially to talk about the work of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Group. The ADR subcommittee specifically addressed this particular issue around the repeal of the failure to ID provision. And the context of this for us was essentially looking at legislation, looking at our ordinances, looking at our policies, looking at our procedures, and making sure that there is, that it's in alignment with the values of our community. We started, of course, with the understanding that systemic racism pervades everything that we can see and everything that we cannot see. And while we have, nationally and locally moved away from laws, ordinances, practices that are facially discriminatory, there still remains concern regarding practices, procedures, ordinances, and legislation that actually have a discriminatory impact, that have opportunities for, unfortunately, for bias. And one of those areas really did become very crystal clear with this particular ordinance's failure to ID. The failure to ID provision, as Captain Chamberlain has specifically noted, that particular ordinance has a public safety component to it, and that public safety component is very narrow in its scope, and it should be narrow in its implementation and usage when police are, using it on the scene and asking people for their ID, and also when they are charging. So there was a specific case. There's actually a number of cases that are directly on point, and so the ADR subcommittee was concerned that as to what the level of training was for police officers to ensure that they were working in alignment with what the higher courts in this Commonwealth have said as related to that public safety component. So we fully support the repeal of this particular ordinance. We actually go a little bit further and say what the county is already doing in terms of looking at Section 17 and kind of scrubbing it, but also looking further and looking at all of our policies, looking at all of our procedures, looking at our ordinances, and making sure that there's not space for bias to creep in. So, when thinking about the public safety component of this particular ordinance, that's the highlight or the show here. How we define what a reasonable man would determine is a public safety concern obviously can include concerns around bias, and we have fully supported and recommended that there be appropriate training to understand and be critical around bias. And so we think that this is a great first step in terms of repealing this particular ordinance, and also looking, as Ms. Porphyry said, at other provisions and repealing ones that are not in alignment with the Virginia Code and other places where things are just out of step and out of date, like the fluoroscopes, but also looking beyond that and making sure that all of our policies and procedures, that we're looking critically at those spaces where there can be discretion, and in those discretion spaces, making sure that we are supporting our officers and any other person that will be utilizing that discretion in terms of making the best decision possible.
Thank you, Ms. Patel.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. We may have questions. Really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. We may have questions. We do, if you're able to stay for a few minutes. We also do have, I believe, I'll check with the clerk whether we have public testimony on this. I think that concludes all our staff and citizen commissions. And so it's over to you, Madam Clerk, for our public speakers on this item.
Yes, we do have one public speaker. That is Kellen Macbeth.
Mr. Macbeth.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, members of the County Board, for hearing my testimony today. I would like to express my serious concern about the County Manager's proposal to repeal Sections 1716, retaliatory evictions and other actions, and 1717, tenant security deposits of Chapter 17 of the Arlington County Code. In both of these provisions, Arlington's code provides more protections and benefits for tenants than the Virginia Code. In Section 1716, Arlington Code protects tenants from retaliation from landlords for the following activities which are not protected under Virginia law: complaints or reports concerning housing conditions made to any private organizations, communication by the tenant with other tenants concerning housing conditions under reasonable rules and regs established by the building management. Additionally, Section 1716 provides landlords or prohibits landlords from taking the following retaliatory action against tenants, which is not found in Virginia law: refuse to renew a lease or rental agreement. There is no reason for the County Board to proactively remove these protections and tenant rights from Arlington County residents. It is incredibly concerning that if the Board takes this action, tenants will need to fear that by reporting legitimate issues and concerns to groups like Voice, Bugada, ACE Collaborative, and the NAACP, that they can be lawfully evicted or punished by their landlords. It is also concerning that by repealing this provision, tenants would no longer be protected from forced evictions through non-renewal of leases in retaliation for lawful tenant activity. Now is not the time to proactively strip away rights that protect tenants from predatory landlords and bad housing providers. Additionally, Section 1717 requires landlords to return security deposits to tenants within 1 month instead of the 45 days required under Virginia law. For low-income tenants, this timing difference can be critical in their ability to stay afloat financially. Now is not the time to relax provisions like this that prioritize putting tenants' own money back in their pockets. As far as I know, no residents have asked the County Board to take away these rights and protections from Arlington tenants. I urge you to keep them in place.
Thank you, Mr. Macbeth. Madam Clerk, I believe that's all the speakers that are signed up for this item. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then the discussion is with the board. We'll go first to Mr. Dorsey.
So thank you. I think this is largely a non-controversial issue, except for the concerns that Mr. Macbeth raised. So to those specifically, would our county attorney please give us a characterization of whether or not it is in fact true that any differences with our local code and the prevailing state law, the Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, in any areas where they are inconsistent, will our local code prevail over the state law? Excuse me.
Mr. McIsaac, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dorsey,
this is undoubtedly a difficult area in the sense that this is where the county's reach exceeds its grasp, truly, and that is because we are functioning in this Dillon rule world. The General Assembly has seen fit to very explicitly preempt local regulation of this issue, as desirable as it may be to somehow supplement or amplify state law with regard to this area. The Landlord-Tenant Act is very clear that there is no local authority to modify or otherwise supplement this, the provisions of state law. Now, the provisions of state law do address retaliation. They do provide tenants with a number of different remedies to improper actions by the landlord. So it isn't as though the tenants are being left without any remedies. It is simply a matter of taking out of the code, out of the local code, provisions that, quite honestly, the county can no longer enforce. I believe that we would simply be unable to successfully prosecute an action based on these ordinance sections because we have no authority to have them in place. So as part of the cleanup of 17, we thought it wise to strip these out to avoid misleading tenants that the county could offer some kind of a remedy if and when they were faced with these kind of circumstances. Certainly, through our staff work, we would be in touch with tenants and would direct them to the appropriate remedies available under state law.
Thank you, Mr. McIsaac. Go ahead, Mr. Dorsey. Is that
Thank you.
okay?
That was asked and answered.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. McIsaac. We will continue having questions, perhaps on this subject. Why don't we stick with it? But I do just want to reiterate a note, as Ms. Porphyry said, and Captain Chamberlain and Ms. Patel, that for me, a significant positive step forward on failure to identify. So I don't want to lose that point as we kind of continue the discussion on this one. But I think it was Mr. Karantonis next, and then Ms. Crystal. Do I have that right? Go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Ferranti. Mr. McIsaac, my question is, okay, so we have an ordinance that has certain provisions. Some of them, as Mr. McKellen has said, in 17-16, they go a little bit further than the Virginia law. When Virginia law, state law, preempts our ordinance, does it preempt it all together? So even provisions that we may have in the ordinance that are different or better or more beneficial, that is part number one. Part number two is, do we have the option to vote to keep the provisions? Would we be in some sort of in compliance with Virginia statute if we keep them?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Ms. Karantonis, I'll answer the second question, I suppose, first. There are anachronistic provisions throughout our county code. There is nothing unlawful about having them in place. The problem, it's not like there'd be some remedy against us for having them. The problem will be if we try to enforce them or use them. But with respect to these provisions in Chapter 17 related to the tenants, the way that the Landlord-Tenant Act is set up, it's meant as a preemptive set of statutes. It is essentially one of these kind of preemption analyses where it's clear that the General Assembly has chosen to regulate the field in its entirety. It is pretty clear throughout the Code of Virginia when the General Assembly is going to authorize localities to supplement whatever exists in state law. And this is one of those situations where they did not do that. In fact, they expressly said that localities cannot do that. This is very similar to what exists in the Uniform Statewide Building Code, where, again, the General Assembly expressly says that there shall be no other local building codes. And and we have often had to wrestle with that problem, particularly in the site plan process when we've tried to amplify some of the, building code related things we would like to see site plan developers do. So as I said, you could certainly leave these ordinances on the books. I think our advice would continue to be to staff and to the manager that they should not be enforced because we are not authorized to have them on the books. I hope that answers the question.
So Mr. McIsaac, to understand it in a practical way, imagine that we have a complaint of a tenant that goes to, say, Bugata, right? This is a private organization. Under our code, there would be a protection from retaliation because of that. Under the state code, there is none, if I understand it correctly. So would this mean that the tenant couldn't claim the protection of the Arlington County Ordinance at all?
Well, there are provisions under the Landlord-Tenant Act to address retaliatory conduct by a landlord. So if an individual, practically speaking, if a tenant were to come to Bugata and Bugata would come to us, or the tenant came to us directly, and it would not be unexpected that they would be perhaps dealing with the housing staff, we would direct them to probably nonprofit legal aid sources that could bring a cause of action on behalf of the tenant. We as staff would certainly intervene and at least communicate with the landlord, no doubt, explaining what the legal provisions are and suggesting that the landlord should desist from whatever it is he's doing. But we would not be bringing an action under our own ordinance. I believe the Commonwealth Attorney would refuse to prosecute the fines that exist there. I don't believe a court would enforce them. And so I think that, it's not a situation where somehow, because these specific remedies that are in our ordinance aren't mirrored in state law, that doesn't mean we can then adopt them. I think it's pretty clear the General Assembly said we don't get to, adopt additional provisions regarding these kind of topics.
I understand. Finally, a very short one. That's the different paragraph 17-14 curfews. The authority until now, as I understand, the Commonwealth Attorney is the chief law enforcement officer, and if we strike that, then it will be the chief of police, correct? Can you comment on this?
Well, actually, by statute, the chief law enforcement officer of the county is the chief of police. And why our county code currently has the Commonwealth Attorney involved in this is not clear to us. It's a very old ordinance. This area came to our attention mostly during a rather interesting election season this past year, where we were genuinely concerned about the need for a curfew and began to think about the logistics of actually implementing one and realized that it didn't really make any practical sense to be consulting with the person who would be prosecuting violations of the curfew. Rather, this is a sort of law and order kind of decision that should be made by the chief law enforcement officer, which is the chief of police. So that's why we suggest this change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garantonis. Ms. Crystal.
A further question on the issue of the Landlord-Tenant Act freelancing of Arlington County government beyond what's allowed in the state code. Do you have any insight into the legislative history here and how it came to be that Arlington County would have different provisions than the state? Certainly, I think as long as Arlington's been incorporated or chartered, we have been a Dillon's Rule state. And so, did the Virginia Landlord-Tenant Act at some point include these provisions, and then we mirrored them and they were stripped? Has any, I presume, if anything, in recent years, if the General Assembly's taken a crack at the Landlord Protection Act, I hope it might have gotten a little more tenant friendly. So how, were we more out of step before? I guess I'm just sort of trying to understand how this came to be. Do you have any sense?
I can offer, I have not gone back and searched the acts of assembly, but I will say that the ordinances in question were adopted back in, I think, 72 and 73.
Okay.
The current version of the Landlord Tenant Act was first enacted in 1974. So, really it would be a matter of looking at what the acts of assembly might reveal in the 1974 volumes to see what statutes existed on the books then. It's entirely possible that it was a little more, ad hoc. There may have been more delegation of authority to localities. But with this, the 74 version of the Landlord Tenant Act has been amended numerous times up until recently. So the General Assembly has been doing a variety of things to it over the years. It itself is not by any means an outdated chapter of the Code of Virginia. But again, I point to the sort of this preemption section, and it is, it'd be unrealistic to say, or it'd be inaccurate to say the General Assembly hasn't had its eyes on this. And I would say that it's, continues to be the policy, and if not the law of the Commonwealth, that localities are not to really go in and modify what the Landlord Tenant Act provides.
Do we have any indication of attempts to bring a case against a landlord, either on the basis of retaliation or denial of the return of the security deposit under the Virginia or under the Arlington Code section?
No, in fact, the Arlington Code section doesn't really provide a cause of action. It provides for criminal penalties. It makes it basically a misdemeanor to do these things. And again, we have not been prosecuting. We've been not doing anything to enforce that section.
I see.
So certainly not in my time.
I see. Okay, so there may not be evidence of a prosecution. Someone may have brought it to the Commonwealth's attorney and they've turned it down in the past, but we'd have no way of knowing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Possibly.
Thank you.
That's my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal and Mr. McIsaac. I see Mr. Dorsey's hand, and we'll get to you. I also, we got a couple of different issues. We got the underlying motion that's there, which, unless there are a lot of additional questions in other areas, I'd be ready soon to put that forward. And then I will be sharing a motion with respect to this specific issue of the tenant landlord and the tenant protections that are there. So if someone wants to be ready with the underlying motion, that's great. But Mr. Dorsey, I see your hand.
Thank you. So just to try and close the loop on this issue, because clearly what we don't want to do is to create a situation where we are somehow leaving tenants in a worse position. But I just want to, I'm not necessarily sure that we've ascertained that this action would produce that result. So Mr. McIsaac, my familiarity with the VRLTA has me looking towards, and excuse me, I'm just going to need to scroll through some different screens. There is a section on the prohibition of retaliatory conduct, 55(1)1258. And I won't read it for everyone, but essentially where this differs from our county code, it's constructed a little differently, but as I read it, it says that a landlord may not retaliate by increasing rent or decreasing services or otherwise bringing any threatening act to get possession or causing a termination of a rental agreement after the landlord has knowledge. And then it proceeds to name a number of provisions which seem to largely be consistent with our own local code. But where, at least to my eye, it's stronger, it says that after a landlord has knowledge that a tenant has engaged in any activity such as complaining, organizing, or being involved in a court proceeding, that the landlord cannot, do anything that is seen as retaliatory, such as increasing rent, terminating a rental agreement or failing to otherwise let to a qualified tenant. Is that a fair read on my part?
Yeah, Mr. Dorsey, I would say it is, and I would also say that beyond the article of the Tenant Landlord Act that you're referring to, if you look up in Article 4, which begins at the 1234 section, there are a number of different remedies available to tenants for a variety of different violations of the lease and other conduct by the landlord. So, I think it's absolutely true that the act is really designed to ramp up remedies available to tenants, and it certainly provides remedies for landlords for tenants who don't comply with the leases. But I think your characterization is correct that that the act provides as much and really more than what our ordinance offers. And I would also say, particularly because I think our ordinance is subject to, is subject to challenge anyway, because it's not premised on lawful authority to adopt.
And so that's actually the second part of the question. So just to be clear, the applicability determination that you're making, comes from a chapter in the code that says this chapter shall apply to all jurisdictions in the Commonwealth and may not be waived or otherwise modified in whole or in part by the governing body of any locality or its boards or commissions or other instrumentalities or by the courts of the Commonwealth. That's what you're referring to, right?
Yeah, that is the preemption section, and it is sort of classic General Assembly language used when they're sort of deciding to regulate the field and preclude any other local regulation.
So, I'll just say that, Mr. Chairman, I recognize that, there's still questions or maybe conversation to be had on this, which seems to be fully allowable within the scope of the advertisement action that we're being asked to consider today. But I do, think it's important that we begin to frame the public conversation around where it needs to be. Not that this action would remove protections, but would otherwise clarify what protections are allowed for a tenant. So even if there's not universal agreement as to whether or not the state law is better for tenants than the local code, we should not set any expectation that we have a lever to pull where we can in fact supersede the VRLTA. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. It's very helpful regarding the framing of this. The language that Mr. McIsaac mentioned with respect to preemption, I trust that that's accurate. My question and concern here is that I think that a full and distinct separate discussion of some of the work we're doing with respect to landlord and tenancy seems merited, because there are some related issues that I think are there. We all have talked about source of income at some point, and I think that putting it in that discussion seems more apt to me. There's also the question of what is the presumption? We're at a request to advertise stage, and so that I guess it's a question for Mr. McIsaac is that I'm curious if at this RTA stage we were to remove the two sections 17-16 and 17-17, would we have the option later of at the final consideration of this failure to identify in the rest of Chapter 17, would we have the option of adding it back in at that stage? I would think not, but I'm not sure.
No, I think you're correct, Mr. DiFerenti. You would not have that option. I think it actually the converse is the way to do it, is to advertise it, and then you can always choose, if you determine that you'd rather not repeal it, you just don't repeal it. You just leave it in place. But you do need to advertise its possible repeal.
Sure. Thank you. That's very helpful. For me, then ultimately, and colleagues may not be in the same place, for me, then ultimately, I do feel that it's a separate conversation that we should consider. And so I will be offering this amendment, because I think that it is worth, the question sort of seems, should we presume to move ahead and not have a separate and distinct conversation, or should we not? I'm not dogmatic. I do think it's the right approach, but I'll start with Ms. Crystal, and then maybe Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Karantonis. You can coach me or let me know which one of you was next. Ms. Crystal.
A seemingly unrelated question that I promise is, Mr. Karantonis, I think, had been working with the county attorney's office on potentially adopting a local ordinance about source of income discrimination prohibition in our human rights ordinances. Is that still somewhat imminent? I mean, are we looking at that in the coming months, or is that longer term?
Ms. Crystal, I mean, I know that issue has been raised. I mean, and we are certainly happy to take that on and prepare the ordinance amendment. I mean, to me, that's not a difficult one to draft, certainly. I'm not sure who has ownership of that right now. I actually was under the impression that it was over in the Office of Human Rights.
Okay.
We can certainly check into that and get it back on track if somehow it's gotten off track.
Okay. Mr. Karantonis, I know you were kind of working that issue as the liaison to the tenant landlord. I don't know if you had any updates for us on it.
Yeah, this needs to be done still, and there are two components to that. Yeah.
Okay.
So
please go ahead.
Yeah. So this is still in works.
Okay. I bring all of that up just to say I'm sympathetic to Mr. DeFranti's point because, for example, we have spent this conversation, which is supposed to be about repeal of the failure to identify provision, which I think we're all very in support of and very grateful to the PPG for surfacing the need for, as so well articulated by Ms. Patel and Captain Chamberlain and Ms. Porphyry. I think that it might make sense to discuss this local action in context of related actions about tenant-landlord issues, which again, the source of income issue would fall in our human rights ordinance, but is very much of a piece with broader tenant-landlord discussions. And I think that may be worthwhile because I think I actually agree with what Mr. McIsaac is counseling us to do, which is actually having a local code on the books that is not enforceable. Is not helpful to tenants. Actually, it is risks signaling to tenants that the county can offer them some additional right that we very much cannot do. But I think it's important to have that conversation in a context of discussion with our tenant landlord stakeholders. I am thinking, for example, Mr. Macbeth gave a few examples. I need a little more time to investigate, right, whether those are correct or not. I have not spent as much time as Mr. Dorsey has with the Virginia tenant landlord code. But if there are issues of discrepancy, and we would like to see what Arlington has protected as a right for tenants going forward, then I think having a dedicated conversation about that surfaces some items for our legislative package and an opportunity to have discussion with our members of the General Assembly that we'd like to see changes to the Virginia Landlord Tenant Act. So I think what I'm saying is I think this is a conversation worth having in the right place where we're suited to proceed with the right action steps. And so I think the point just becomes, is it a greater risk to leave this on the books now until such time as we can have that conversation? I think perhaps not, which leads me to support where our chair is going to be heading with, I don't know if it'll end up being the main motion or substitute motion, which is to not take this up at this current time, instead to focus on, I was going to say instead to focus solely on repeal of failure to identify, but I suppose it's repeal of failure to identify and allowance of fluoroscopes for shoe fittings, as well as a couple of other items.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Karantonis, I'll guess that you were next of the two of you.
Or Mr. Dorsey, I don't know.
I just want to say procedurally, Mr. Chair, if it's the majority of the board that's interested in severing those two provisions, you might as well just make that the main motion.
Okay.
Because, clearly I don't think there's any objection to adopting the provisions that have already been discussed and have not been met with any controversy. So I just wanted to guide you to that pretty seamless solution if it exists.
Thank you. And also thank you for your read of the Landlord Tenant Act and the sort of rigor that you brought to the thinking. Or, go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
And I would agree with that. And the most important thing is that Ms. Crystal is absolutely right. I mean, we cannot. This is very comprehensive, and we should have, discussed that with the Tenant Landlord Commission, for example. Just making sure that everybody understands what's going on here, and we provide input, provide opportunities for input, for including things. Including probably additional requirements or additional things in the legislative agenda, because definitely our current ordinance has some provisions. One that Mr. Dorsey referred to. Another one is, not being subject to retaliatory action if somebody goes and discusses with their, neighboring tenants. Any issue in the building, so that would be appropriate to bring up and discuss that, and then include what we have to include in our legislative agenda. I would support not to include that in the housekeeping action right now. The primary purpose of which was 17-3, right?
Failure to identify. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Garvey, I want to go to you. I'm also ready to make a motion that would cover this. So I'm flexible. Would you like to speak first, or I'm happy
I'll
to?
just speak quickly, because I don't know if it's going to be helpful. It probably won't. But I've been sort of listening to all this. I think we all have the same goal. So the question is how we get there. And I don't feel super strongly about it. I would prefer doing the cleanup for an advertisement, and then when we come back in a month, preparing direction for the manager and our staff on what we want to do with the General Assembly and how we want to handle these issues. It gives us 4 weeks to kind of think about it, rather than separating them out. I do like the idea of kind of cleaning up the code, so it's at least as much as possible it reflects what we actually can do. But I don't feel super strongly about it, so I'll go with where the board is. But I do want us to be figuring out a way to address this. And as I say, we can process this over the next few weeks and do it in the next time when we vote, if it all is there. Otherwise, we'll just do it outside of the process of the RTA. So I think you probably got a majority for your amendment, and I'll probably even support it, but I'd prefer to go that other way. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment and helping to clarify. So I will go ahead and I'll look to our attorney or to our clerk to see if this is sufficiently specific. I'll go ahead and move the county manager's recommendation, and I'll have it. I'll be pulling out the two separate items, but to authorize the advertisement of a June 12, 2021 public hearing by the county board to consider the ordinance attached to the staff report to repeal, reenact, and recodify Chapter 17 of the Code of Arlington County, Virginia, effective June 12, 2021, to update outdated references to state statutes, remove provisions conflicting with state and federal laws, repeal the law that makes refusal to identify oneself at the request of a police officer a criminal act, and modernize provisions to reflect current practice, with the exception that we would leave in 17-16 and 17-17 related, and the language that currently exists related to retaliatory evictions and evictions. That is the motion. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second, and maybe now, thank you, Ms. Jacobs, for putting on the visually showing what would be 17-16 and then 17-17 that would be kept. I see Ms. Crystal. I guess I would be ready to go towards closing comments, and I'll just reiterate my, as we frame all of those, a big thank you. The biggest issue here is that the Police Practices Group and the Arlington County Police Department have taken a step that is consistent with public safety and community policing and community trust, and that we all support. So that's a little me sneaking in the start of a closing statement before Ms. Crystal and then Mr. Dorsey.
No problem. That's where I was headed to. I'm so glad that we could take this move today. I think it reflects the seriousness with which each member of this board, the county manager, the Arlington County Police Department leadership, and many other stakeholders within county government, the seriousness with which we take the PPG's recommendations. This is an issue that I think many of us have heard from defense attorneys in particular as sort of a sticking point or an area of real concern. And I think Ms. Patel framed it very well in talking about, places where we have in the code that allow for a lot of exercise of judgment and discretion that sort of leave it up to a reasonable man's standard, allows for the introduction of bias because, as she also well said, not because we think we have individual bad apple police officers, but because we know now increasingly that we all bring these types of biases to discussions about and judgments about who's compliant or not. I'm really glad that our county attorney's office, the police department, and others could mobilize so quickly to make this recommendation, realize this recommendation once the PPG was able to give it some dedicated thought. I know that we are working to adopt all and make real all 100 plus of those recommendations with similar alacrity. I'm looking forward to a conversation on Tuesday to take on another one of those big recommendations. And I, just again, to reiterate the point, I hope this conveys the seriousness with which we take the recommendations of that group in our shared goal of creating a community where public safety is delivered in ways that reflect our shared values and everyone in our community feels safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I think Mr. Dorsey was next.
Sure, happy to support the motion, and we'll deal with the other issues as they come up. But this one certainly fits within the whole idea of not only a clear police practices group recommendation, but some of the other provisions that we're cleaning up are just necessary to have a code that is really actionable for people in our community. One of my big pet peeves is that our code is quite difficult for people to navigate and understand, and its particular crosswalks with state code further complicate that. These efforts are a step in that right direction. But speaking to the sort of headline feature of what we're doing today, this is just really good practice. For all the reasons Ms. Crystal mentioned, this is a provision which can not only reflect a bias, but it can also reflect the imposition of sentences that are far more significant than the underlying crime was, because it becomes an add-on charge that really has no public safety value, as Captain Chamberlain noted. Fortunately, it's not been a tool that's been used in Arlington all that often. I'm grateful for that, but that does not obviate the need to get rid of it, given how dangerous not only it could be used theoretically, but it actually is being used across the country. And it's not just about the racial bias conversation, of which this certainly is. It's also about people with communicative or developmental disabilities who are not able to comply with directives, which we've seen result in serious bodily harm incidences in other jurisdictions. It can be quite a dangerous tool, even though it seems to be so insignificant. So the fact that it doesn't have any public safety value, and it can be used to cause great harm or to impose punishments far more significant than the underlying crimes, I am grateful that it was brought to our attention that it needed to be repealed, and we're moving swiftly to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I think Mr. Carantonis and then Ms. Garvey. Thank you, Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you. Just briefly, I hear Mr. Dorsey saying that it's haven't been implemented so often, but it had. So 37 times a year, it's a number, 184 times in 5 years, of which only 25 were as a sole, as the sole charge. It was always an add-on charge, etc. So yes, probably hasn't been used so often, but it's a very good thing that we are getting rid of this completely. I kind of remember that, I'm Greek. In 1974, Greek emerged out of a military junta. It was one of the most used instruments by the police under a military regime to arrest people. The failure to identify to police at any place in any circumstance. So that was one of the first things that were repealed right after the democracy was restored. So I think that this is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. Hopefully my bandwidth will stay here. I keep having trouble. I just, I think we're all here together. I mean, it in a way, we don't want to take the spotlight off of what we're doing here, which really is a huge step in addressing systemic racism. Listening to the discussion, I recall back when I was on the school board and we were looking at minority achievement, and the most disparate kind of punishment was the insubordination. Huge numbers of children of color were accused of and got all kinds of punishment for insubordination, which you really couldn't quantify and say what it was. It just kind of felt like insubordination. So these are really major. They seem small, but it's major. And I'm really, despite my wanting to do it a slightly different way with the other issues, I'm really delighted that we're passing this and doing this today. It's really important. We've got it coming up again. So I won't continue to talk too much more about it. But I think this is really a big step, a really significant step, and I'm pleased we're taking it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. And colleagues, grateful for each of your comments. I can think of two instances, one video that I was sent and a few years ago before I joined the board, and also another instance where where a failure to identify did concern me. And Ms. Garvey, your points resonate with me as I think back to my own experience teaching and then others teaching, where there are instances where you want the behavior or the actions to be appropriate, and this step focuses on those actions where I think failure to identify, as Ms. Patel very thoughtfully said, is a broader scope where all of us having implicit biases that result in a system that has not been racially just and that continues to have problems, have challenges today in all elements of our society, not just public safety. We need to continue to take steps to get to a better place where we have greater limits. Thank you to Mr. Macbeth for speaking, the colleagues for working through the issue, to our attorneys for, I do agree with the preemption in the law, but on the big picture, in addition to failure to identify, we've taken a couple of other steps that are consistent with all the work of our police practices groups. So with that, I'll call for a motion. I will go ahead and start the voting since I made the motion. Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
And Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, I believe that is the last item to come before the board today. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's all we have for today.
Well then, folks, the sun is shining outside. Let's get away from our screens. Let's have a good afternoon, and we're adjourned until Tuesday at 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there.